Beautiful intro, isn't it? Switch right over into the main screen here. All right, good morning. We have a lot going on out there this morning. You can probably see that right now in Bookmap. You're going to see mechanical trading this morning. We should. You'd be shocked right now. I actually drew this, and it's going straight up to what I drew. I don't know why, but we've got PT1 here at 5:32:23. We should grind up all morning. PT2 I've got up here, and PT3 right here for you this morning. The one thing to pay attention to is, of course, what we say or what we talk about here being. Hold on here. We're gonna make that. I got rid of the pivots for you, but what I want you to do today, very very important part of today, is this. It being Vixperation Day, any back testing today on the open at 1 p.m., any of that stuff, I want you to be hyper aware of it. Specifically on the hourly trigger. No matter where we go today, we should be positive today. But any back testing at all, be wary of, please. So if you see a failure before we get to this resistance, and if you see that hourly trigger up here, whenever you get to like any of these resistance, but you already know not to trade this stuff at all, right? Take the money and run before we ever get there. But any pullbacks, do not trust. Do not listen to your friends on Facebook, on StockTwits, on Weeble, any of that, wherever you are, I don't care. Do not trust anyone's commentary. Any back testing of support on an hourly trigger, you sit on your hands and wait for a new high. So how do you explain that, or how do I explain that to you if you're new, right? The hourly trigger is trend support intraday. This is what makes the market move up and down every day, okay? As long as price is up above this, you're good and dandy. Everything is great. Now, when price gets above that hourly trigger, it will come back and test that hourly trigger. When it does, when it bounces or when it interacts with that hourly trigger, you want to see a high and then a new high. That's it. As long as you see that new high, you're rock and roll to make money in here. Make sense? Always, or specifically for today, high danger on any back testing of the hourly trigger. But that second new high should give you plenty of room to make a bunch of money and bank above it. And I warn you of this because we're on Vixperation. VIX is in the dumpster. They're going to trade this thing they're either going to trade it from a high to a low or a low to a high. And normally, if we come into Vixperation and you see VIX trading 20, 30, 40, something like that, 50, I would expect the market to boom and for VIX to get sold down to the dumpster. But where VIX is so low, On Vixperation, I would expect them to, for most of the morning, or at least part of the morning, or even the daytime, to sell VIX down to zero. Not quite zero, but zero. And the moment that it goes to zero, there should be a reversal. And when that happens, it can get nasty. And I need you to be aware of that today in this stream. So we should sell it down to zero, not zero, but let's look down at we'll go down. So here's HYG, right? HYG is trading on a low now of 77.17. But let's take a look at VIX 9-day. And VIX 9-day currently trading $10.03. So you can see how low it is right here, right? Bottom side of your screen down here. I'm going to go back to it real quick. Hold on here. So I'm very open to VIX getting blooded down here, okay? But when it gets blooded like this, there could be an immediate reversal to the upside. And whenever that happens, be wary of it. You should be wary of it, of that happening, because I'm going to tell you why. If we're in a bear market, right, and VIX is trading at a high, and we come into Vixperation, normally we'll go into that expiration, right, and bears will be all bared up. They'll be like, yeah, the market's going to crash another fucking 100 points today. And we'll start that process. And then middle of the morning, middle of the afternoon, we have a reversal to the upside. And that reversal to that upside winds up, we wind up going up like 100 points, 75 points, 50 points in that day. So just be very conscious of this process as it takes place today, and let's see what happens. I'm very interested in this and what happens with this today. So if we get that move today, tomorrow, whatever. Here's VIX 9-day. I do have a price target to the downside of 804. Currently, it's trading 1058. It was bought, so you can actually see the turn already happening here. It's already up here. And we'll see. Hopefully, the market will blast off to the upside and then reverse at some point. Does it guarantee that it's going to happen? No, but it's not. Like, the thing about Vixperation is, it doesn't mean the market's going to crash. Like, it's going to guarantee it's going to crash. It means you have to be aware of it. Or not crash, but you have to be aware of, are we on a high or a low? If we were in a low right now or near a low, I'd be saying the opposite of this to you. And I have actually said this to you on opposite days where VIX is peaking out. So just be aware of it as we trade the day. As we make these new highs today, we should trade at least at minimum PT1. But my point to you would be, when we start hitting these targets up here, 53.50 on SPOOs at minimum. One other thing for you this morning would be that the wall, this local resistance down here, is weaker than yesterday. It was this morning it's at 62 million. So your real call wall this morning is at 5,400, believe it or not. 5,400 on SPX. Let me take a look a little bit higher here and see if you got anything else developed. That's about it right there. Your real call wall is about 5,400. So this resistance above here at 53.50. Got this target up here. There is a potential. I don't think it's going to happen, but depending upon that Nvidia result here today, it's possible we could break through that local resistance. Not guaranteed, but possible. I wouldn't be trading it, but be aware of it this morning. And I'm telling you what. Ain't nobody talking about Vixperation. I went through yesterday when I was so yesterday, right? I had to go do something with my daughter yesterday, but I went on Twitter yesterday. And I looked up volatility, VIX, and Vixperation. And there ain't nobody talking about it. You and I might be talking about it, but there ain't nobody talking about it. Not a single soul out there talking about Vixperation. And take a look right now on just Bookmap and the mechanical things that are taking place right now in Bookmap. And I'm telling you out there, I am telling you, when we're in a bear market and we're on Vixperation, these bears will come out and tell you that the market is going to crash on that day. And we will normally go up 70 points. We will reverse and rip off a bear's face. And I want you to be aware of that today. And today and price matters too. But just be very careful of it as the day progresses. And I'll be honest, I'll tell you something between you and I don't give a rat's ass about Nvidia's earnings when it comes to this stuff. These are like inside mechanics of the market that does not give a fuck about Nvidia. And as a matter of fact, I actually deleted this from last night's brief. I looked at Apple and their earnings and their buyback. The day of their earnings, SPY did not go up. So Apple reported, they announced buybacks. Apple mooned, right? Apple mooned from 4 o'clock to 4:15, and SPY did not. SPY fucking bled right into 4:15. It went up the next day, but not that day. So NVIDIA can do its own thing is my point behind this. NVDA can do its own thing, and SPOOs specifically can trade on its own without any matter of NVDA. So just be aware of that today, that there are market mechanics at play that you likely don't know about, that you likely don't know what it means, and the impact on the market at large or at all. I warn you of that. I'm going to warn you once today of that. Because I was on FinTwit yesterday, and I was shocked at what some of the shit that I saw posted. I saw people posted on FinTwit yesterday talking garbage, just like pure garbage. We're trading down at the lows on VIX, and it can stay there all summer. It can. We can trade those lows, but not with VIX down there. You're going to still get spikes off of those lows. If you trade a new low, let's say on VIX, let's say we trade a new zone on VIX. And I'm a fucking bull, but let's say you posit, we're going to reprice the VIX, which I talk about all the time. I'm open to repricing the VIX. You can reprice the VIX and trade a zone of $8 to $10, $10 to $12, 12 to 14, whatever it is. I don't care. But even within that zone that you're trading, you're gonna get spikes in it, regardless. So be aware of that as we go into this expiration. Think to yourself as they renew a contract: is the new contract, going to be on a high or a low? If we're going into a contract or at the end of a contract on a high, I'm going to expect them to sell that shit down to the dumpster. I'm not going to expect VIX on a low going into a new contract for us to sell it down for the next 3 months. It's just not going to happen. So just be hyper aware of it as we trade today. Your first price target to the upside is 532.25. If you don't get the market brief from me, let me see if I can post Sunday's. I'm not going to post it. You guys already have it. You guys already know that we have an upside expectation for today, but to be wary of this upside expectation and some of the dangers associated with it, what comes from it. So anyways, 5,300, 5,350, I should say, down here. We should trade that today. The upside local resistance here at 5,350 is weaker than yesterday. Now it's possible to trade 5,400, excuse me. 5,400 in SPX. I don't know that we trade it, but just note that as we get close to it, that there is major downside risk reversal. Talking about 2% in a day, 2% in 2 or 3 days, something like that. And every time, see, watch what's happening right here. Every time we come back to interact with this hourly trigger, do not trust it. Do not trust it. All right, give me like 5 minutes. I gotta make some more coffee. Woke up this morning and nobody got me coffee. I actually warmed up old coffee from yesterday. Nobody loves me. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about so Robinhood. I'm thinking about shorting the market. Not shorting. I'm thinking about buying a bunch of puts with Robinhood. So if I do that today on that Robinhood account, you will see me do that live. Or what I think I'm going to do is, I think the first trade I make, I may not tell you, and I'll tell you when I close it. Maybe. Well, I want you guys to pick the trades, but I want a buffer for it. So, good question about Robinhood. I was thinking about Robinhood last night. I was like, maybe I'll just make one trade and put a buffer on it. And I don't want to tell you because I don't want you taking the same trade and impacting the market if it's possible. I'll be honest with you. I have a real problem with not trusting you guys out there with fucking with delta hedging my trades. I'll be honest with you. That's real. I don't want you guys I don't want $50,000 in SPY puts at the same time. I want a buffer for that fucking account. Not lying. Being dead up serious. But I'll show you the trades and stuff. If I ever take a trade on that account, I will show you the mechanics of those trades and stuff like that. But I am looking to take that first trade today. I was thinking about it yesterday. I'm looking to I can't short the market with $1,000, but I'm not gonna sell. I'm not gonna sell poor man's covered calls. I think they're called. I think I can do that. I think I can do poor man. Can I sell poor man's covered calls on Robinhood with $1,000? Maybe. I haven't done that in years either. So I was like, I gotta look how to do that up again. I haven't done that in a long fucking time. But it'd be a shocker too if I was so last night I was like, it would be hilarious if I bought a shit ton of 0-date puts as the first trade on that account. Being a bull. And I was thinking about it last night too, because I was like, I gotta ask the audience. I think that they force you out of 0-dates on Robinhood in the afternoon. Is that real? I haven't looked that up yet either. At 3:30 they do. That's bad. Oof. God damn. How do you even trade? 3:30 in the afternoon they fucking close your 0-dates out? That's insane. I can't even imagine that. I can't even grasp the idea of how that is acceptable. You talk, especially being a bear. Can you imagine being a bear trading Robinhood? That last little bit, the last half hour down move, and you just like, fuck you, no, you don't get any of that money. Fidelity as well? No way. So if you guys want to take a trade today, let me find out if Bork's here. Maybe we can do a poll. We got to find a way for you guys to make these trades and not myself. Really want you guys to vote on trades. I really want you to think about trades before they happen. Like a day before. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at something. Let's take a look at something really quick. Hold on here. Give me a second. Let's look at something that's important. Where's Tommy? Is Tommy here today? Where the fuck is Tommy? Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can get Tommy here this morning. Tommy's out. That I got a buddy on. I got a buddy on FinTwit. His name's Tommy. I actually like the guy a ton. But he's always breaking my dick on FinTwit. And hold on here. Sorry, I've got allergies this morning. But let's talk about planning out your trades briefly. So Tommy had said to me, I should have gone long right on the opening bell yesterday and not listened to you. And I went last night. I went to a diatribe, like explaining to him what I meant, but I didn't want to, and then I deleted it. And the reason that I deleted it was because oftentimes, or recently, I should say, I stream so much these days that it's hard for me to communicate to people across platforms with how much time I have available. So you kind of have to like follow everything. You have to follow the Discord, you have to follow the stream, you have to follow FinTwit, all of it. And the context of everything. And the reason why I want him to be on the stream this morning is because of context and planning. And people are asking me this morning about we're going to take a trade on Robinhood. So let's take a quick peek at the Sunday brief. Right here. Hang tight here. So here's the Sunday brief. Now, we went over this yesterday. Now, this morning I had somebody else on FinTwit say you cannot predict the market. Anyone that says that they can will lie afterwards. So this is from Sunday. This is the SPY 1 hour expectations right here. And let's take a peek at this. So this is the 20th. Today is the 22nd, right? Here's the 20th. See it right there. And we have an expectation that we're going to trade 531-ish, 532. And then we're going to trade just up around 534. And we have traded that at this point, haven't we? We've actually traded this exact thing, haven't we? We've actually traded this right here. Come back down towards that 530, and now we're right here. Right? We're now coming back to 530. We're actually right there right now. So this is 3 days later, and we are actually trading a prediction. Do we always trade the prediction? No. We can break a thesis, and then we can rewrite this stuff, right? Get the eraser out and eraser gang that stuff. But yeah, there's a prediction, and we're actually trading it into today. So yes, to those people on FinTwit, you may not get the entire idea of what's going on. And we actually are trading that. There's a prediction. Made this on Sunday. This is Sunday brief. You can see it right there. Monday here, Tuesday. This was Sunday night. You can actually see just right here, there's no ticks. SPY 1 hour. But as we come up here, right, there is some resistance up here, right, as we come up there. And we're coming into Vixperation. As a matter of fact, this whole brief is about Vixperation and its impact, right? This whole entire brief is about it. So let's go to the trigger screen. And as we come into this, there you go. There's Monday right here, 9 a.m. And we get that first bump. We got our second bump right there. And we're looking for this stuff up here, right? But even so, even though as we come up in here, I saw a guy on FinTwit yesterday say the Bears are still in charge. They are. And he got fought with. Someone was fighting with him on FinTwit yesterday saying, you don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, nope, he does. He knows exactly what he's talking about. The Bears are actually in charge because we're still trading that zone right there. Still trading this zone. We haven't gotten any higher, have we? See it over here? A high. And even if we get up this high, that's not a win for the Bulls, is it? Not really. Not when you think about it, right? Been banging around here for a period of time, right? Get the high right there, high right here. I don't see a huge movement. So then we're falling on Vixperation, aren't we? So if you get some rejection here, whoop, and they sell us down here, and then it's actually down there is the dip buy to get up there way, way higher. You would not be a winner as a bull. Bears are still kind of in charge. I'm with that trade that they are in charge. So be aware of that today. Be aware that these guys are going to want to sell you down today. 535, believe it or not, is only right here. That's where 535 is. So the prediction has come true. The crystal ball. Now, of course, I don't furu that shit. I taught yesterday at 2:30 in the afternoon. I explained the reasoning behind all of this. On Sunday, I did explain all the reasoning behind this and what should happen and why it should happen. It's not just furu bullshit. There's actual confluence of a bunch of reasons why we should roll up here and down. So we'll pay attention to it as the rest of the day unfolds and see where we are heading into the end of the day. 1:30 in the afternoon is a big time, like 1 o'clock this afternoon. We should trade up into that time period at minimum. We know that NVDA can have a great ER and not impact the indexes until tomorrow. We've heard JPM came out, 2 or 3 times this week and said not enough time for a correction. So you have basically the market is somewhat hinged upon NVDA having blowout earnings and having a split or buybacks or some kind of nonsense. Maybe they say AI +3. I don't know. They got new version of AI or something like that. They need a reason for the market to continue higher. After the bell, we also know that the indexes are not based upon that into the bell. They might be tomorrow, but not today. And we have the expiration of VIX today. So we have a confluence of a bunch of stuff happening today that are important. And we have the FOMC minutes. So we've got a lot of stuff coming out today. We should squeeze, but I would not be the trader that's like, all this stuff means we're going to 550 today. I wouldn't be that trader. I'd be like, yeah, you know what? There's a fair chance that if we back test real Momo support, that could fail and we could blood. And even Gamma is set up for this too. Now let's take a peek at Gamma really quick as a group. And even Gamma down here, you can see there isn't a bunch of development to the downside, is there? We actually have this one that just came out right here. This is actually new down here, and that's new. That's new down there. None of this stuff was here yesterday. So look, now there's some Gamma that is important down below it. 50-50, 5100, 5150. I expected that to develop if we broke below the Gamma flip, but it looks like the market's being hedged at this point, or at least yesterday. But I want you to still pay attention to this local support down here and this Gamma flip and volatility. We're not that far away from it, are we? So my point here still kind of stands. If you trade above here and you get a rejection and you break briefly that local support, even if it's just for a moment, you could have like a really quick, fast move down. And this is, like 2% down here. Not that this isn't 2% here, but down there is 2%. So, just a really quick, fiery downside move. Actually, I should raise this now. 5260 right there. So 5260 down. Let's measure that and see what that is. Let's take a look and see what that is. Uh, 1.68 or 1.68%. It's a fairly good drop, isn't it? Fairly good drop down there. Uh-oh. Just a heads up, I'm losing power in my house. We're having we're having storms here where I live. We're having what do you call it? Thunderstorms today where I live in Michigan, and we're having thunderstorms today. My power just flickered in the background, so just be aware of that. If I do lose power at any point today, I do have a generator, a whole house generator, but it would take me a moment to just turn it back on and get the stream up. And I do have fiber, so my internet should be fine. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Sorry about that cutscene there. I apologize. So just be aware of this as the day wears on. Be aware of back testing of the hourly trigger and how dangerous it can be, and specifically time periods. The opening bell, 1 p.m., and the close with Nvidia today are going to all be important to the market. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to make some coffee. And I'll be back with you guys in just a moment. Did any of you see the so I told you guys I was going to a spring recital or spring performance for my daughter last night? I posted a picture of my daughter in Discord last night. It was pretty awesome. It's kind of funny too because people mentioned what's the name of the show? I don't know what the name of the show is called. Demon Slayer or something. I don't know what it's called. But I'm going to chat with you guys. Someone mentioned, why is someone so young watching that show? I got a hilarious story about that. Because my daughter was watching another show called 7 Deadly Sins or Deadly Sins or something. And I actually had a parent-teacher conference over it with the teachers because they were not happy that my youngest was watching anime. But I got to tell the 7 Deadly Sins or something like that. I had to explain it to them. I'm like, it's not actually. They're like, why is she watching 7 Deadly Sins? And I'm like, well, it's actually teaching these kids to not commit these deadly sins. Bigger boobs than pants. I don't think my daughter notices that they have bigger boobs. Yeah, she's doing great. She's Both daughters are extremely smart and well accomplished. But I got pulled into the school over that stuff. Uh, what are you doing letting your daughters be women? I was like, what do you mean? I'm like, I got women. It's like I want my daughters to be, they're just like boys, no difference. But I did get pulled into the school over it. And I was like, oh, you guys treat girls differently than boys, don't you? We got boys playing with toy guns and stuff, but my daughters can't. You want my daughters to be passive? I want my daughters to be kick ass. That's what I did. Hell yeah, I did that. Kids don't care about boobs unless you make them care about them. Um, kids. Kids don't care about that stuff. It's only when you focus on that stuff that kids care about that stuff. It's true. Like you know what's really important to a kid is truthfully, what's really important to a child is that you're there for them when they need you. Like you're there, you're present. You're there for your child. You support your child. All that stuff matters way, 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 way more than anything else. Another thing too. There's another fascinating thing. So the cosplay that she wore yesterday. That was because I know my daughter. I listen to her. I don't tell her what to do. I listen to her, and she tells me, "I want to do this, Daddy. I want to do that, Daddy." And I'm there to listen to it. It's an important part of being a child. Think about when you're a kid, and your children. Or think about when you were a child, and you have your own ideas about stuff, and a parent doesn't listen to you. Like a parent's supposed to be there to counsel you, right? Shepherd you through life. So that's two parts, isn't it? The first part is being there to listen, and then discussing and working those things out with a child. If you don't do those two things, listen to that again, right? You don't listen to your child, number one, and then if you don't counsel them through that process, you failed. I'll be honest, you failed. I have a lot of friends. I grew up when the pendulum was swinging. You had no divorce, right? And then you had a mass divorces going on when I was a kid. You had women's rights, and women said, "Fuck this, I'm out." So, we had a lot of. I don't see as many divorces today, but when I was young, they were all over the place, and women were like, "Fuck this, I ain't doing this anymore." I can do whatever I want, and a lot of my friends didn't have a dad. Like they got divorces, and I'd go see my friends, and they didn't have a father figure at home. So they didn't have a dad there to like just talk to. And my own father was from a generation where they don't listen to you. My father was a person that he would tell you things, and that was it. Like, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that, and if you backtalked on that stuff, you did catch a beating. You caught a backhand or whatever it was. Truly, even in school, you could get that from teachers where I went to school, at least. But it's not like that anymore. It's important for you as a dad to listen to your children, what they want, their needs, all that kind of stuff, and then counsel them through those questions and decision-making processes. Maybe you should do this, maybe you shouldn't do that. And my wife does that for my daughter. I act like the uncle. My wife is already militant, so I'm like, you know what? You might be right. Maybe we will break the rules today. Let's find out. Let's call your teacher and find out if you can wear that costume at your thing. And I'll tell you what, that daughter yesterday, I made her whole concert. I did as her dad yesterday, so that made my whole entire night, man. I'll tell you what, last night She got to wear what she wanted to wear. She belted out songs all night long, and she made my world yesterday. She really did. Um, I'm so proud of her. I really am. Beatings and backhands. We should go back to it. Oh no, I didn't get coffee this morning because everybody was tired. That concert last night didn't get done until we it was shock I was kind of shocked. Well, so they have this whole thing. They have a season where they like sing for groups. And then last night was the last concert for family and friends and stuff. So it was like a long process. We were there until we didn't get done, dudes, until 9:30, I think. 8:30, 9:30 at night. That's a long day for kids. And if you have a family and you're so I got the stream yesterday and we started getting ready. We didn't get done until 9:30. We still hadn't had dinner. We still didn't get ice cream as a prize for what what they're doing. So they first went and got ice cream, then went and had dinner. And so this morning, everybody was late this morning. Everybody was like dragging ass this morning. It was like way past. We had dogs and cats, and we've got our own chores every night, right? We got homework to do. Dishes that need to be put inside the dishwasher, all that kind of stuff. And get ready for bed. So everybody was dragging ass this morning. But anyways, we'll talk more about this later. I'm gonna make some coffee. I actually literally this morning grabbed my coffee out of a coffee pot from yesterday, poured it in, microwaved it. Was like, I gotta get the coffee, I get the stream going, and then I'm on FinTwit fucking around with Jedi and Andy Constant and everybody else, and Matt Laban and all those boys, because they're all fired up and ready. Everybody's ready for Vixperation today. Let's see what happens. Chocolate hangover. You know what? I did have some whiskey last night. I did. I stayed awake last night with my wife, and we were just talking about my youngest last night. We did. We were chatting all night long, and it was hilarious because I don't know about you guys out there. I have two daughters, right? My oldest is 17, and my youngest is 11. And we've worked our balls off raising kids. There's so many years of hard work. My youngest, this one that was singing last night, I thought that maybe I had this impression in my mind that your kids are going to be a reflection of you naturally. So I was like, well, my wife's smart. I'm smart. My kids will be smart. And life will be easy for them. And that's not the case. Both children are different. Both children have their own needs. And some things come easy to one and some things come easy to the other. Some things come hard to one. Some things come hard to the other. But, dude, I'll tell you what. It has not been easy, and it's been a ton of work. Endless days, weeks, months, years. Fuck me, like so much work with children. And so we were talking about that last night. Just it's like an inflection point with kids. They have their own needs, and you have to find out what those are and work with that. And man, it's hard. We broke our asses with our kids. We really did. And it's a beautiful thing, but these are inflection points, right? When you're raising kids, you're just like, They're exhausting. I love my kids, but they're exhausting. You can't say they're not. It's so much work. It's a lot of repetition. It's like, my oldest, right? My oldest is great in school. Needs a lot of help with athletics, staying healthy, that kind of stuff, right? So I have to go out with my oldest and say, hey, you want to go for a bike ride? And like go with a bike ride with her. My youngest, no problem with that. You could throw a stick outside and she'd be gone for 4 hours. But then put a math problem in front of my oldest, don't even need to spend time with her. She's like, Dad, I got this. My youngest, we're reading algebra books together. So first you're riding a bike with one, and then the other one you're reading an algebra book with her, and that's what it is. There's a lot of fucking work, and it's good to have that. It's good to have those inflection points. Specifically, the youngest one is very artistic. She likes to sing and play musical instruments. She likes sports, and dude, last night I was at this concert, right? And we had worked on projecting her voice. So when she sings, that not only does she sound good, but you can hear her across a space. And dude, I couldn't believe it last night. Her voice just came across this entire auditorium last night, and I was so impressed. And she hit a range that I didn't know that she had. It was mind blowing. And I cannot tell you how many nights we've spent. I can't tell you how many nights. I kid you not. We'll get off the stream. We'll have dinner. How many nights we've spent with this daughter specifically, working on her instruments and on her singing as a family. We just sit around and we'll do it together as a family. I don't talk to you guys about that stuff a lot, but and to see that last night, man, you could just see that she's worked hard. Yeah, it made my night, man. I was on cloud 9 last night. Yeah, dude. I gotta get those girls. I haven't had the girls in the stream in a while, have I? I'll try to get them on the stream before the week is out here. I'll try to see if I can get both girls to stop in and say hi. You guys haven't seen them in a while. They're getting older. When they were younger, they'd come on the stream and be like, hey, everybody's doing over out there. They're getting older now, but I'll try to get both. I'll see if I can get both daughters on the stream later today to say hello to y'all. Maybe we can get the youngest to sing for you. I'll ask her. I don't know if she will, but maybe we can get her to belt out a tune for you today. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So enough about that stuff. You guys know what the expectations are. You know we have upside expectations today, and I'm gonna make some coffee. No coffee for daddy. Normally the wife will make me coffee, or the oldest. None of that today. Yeah, the slow grind. It is the slow grind, Dan. Good to see you good this morning, Dan Breslin. Good morning, brother. Good to see you. Let me do this. Let me open up the YouTube chat for you this morning. Hold on a second. Morning, Blissowitz. Good to see you this morning, too. All right, I just opened up the YouTube chat for anyone. You have to subscribe, but it's free. Just click the subscribe button. And if you want to chat on YouTube today, it's a big day for the markets. I know that we've got minutes at 2 p.m. We've got an auction at 1:30, and then we've got NVDA. We'll go over NVDA today as well for you so that you're not left hanging. Expectations on NVDA. We'll go over that in the stream today. If you have kids, if you ever want to have kids, if you don't, I realize it's hard for people to have kids. Good morning, OSU fan. Good to see you. Good morning, Zavonk Mars Soccer 321. How are you? We'll try to do today is if you don't. By the way, it's not. Kids are expensive, especially today. People ask me, why don't you drive a nice car? Because I have kids. Kids are like Ferraris today. They're not. They're expensive. They're like driving a Lamborghini. They're not cheap. And then not only do you have the barrier to entry with price of kids, then you have time with kids today. When I was a kid, you just throw a stick outside, right? You'd be like, go outside and play with the sticks. It's not like that anymore. You can't do that with kids anymore. You have to be involved. Although you don't want to be a helicopter parent. I yell at my wife. I don't yell at her, but I'm like, you're a helicopter parent. Don't do that with. Just leave the kids alone. My wife will be like, I'm gonna go down the water slide with them. I'm like, let them get on the water slide by themselves. They're all right. You're here. It's all you need to do is be here. But kids today are a ton of work. They're like, it's not just the money. It's like money and then time. Futures Trader 87, what up? You're on deployment right now? What are you doing? You doing TDA? TDY? You doing TDY right now? It's not TDA, it's TDY. Futures Trader 87, are you on TDY or are you on deployment? Are you AGR or are you on actual orders? What are you doing, Futures Trader? What are you doing, brother? You on deployment right now? You got cut order? How many days are your orders for? I'm asking a bunch of questions because I'm like, none of you guys are veterans here, are you? I'm a veteran, brother. I know that you know that, though. Yeah, fuck daycare. Daycare sucks. Daycare was like, you're not on orders. Oh, you're in full mobilization? Right on, brother. Hell yeah. Can you say who you're deployed with right now or no? How long are your orders for? Like 500 days, 5.5, 12 months? Right on. You don't have to tell us where you are unless you want to. Futures Trader, man. Futures Trader, I want to tell you something, man, right? Blinders on, chin down, head up, right? Huh. Still a reservist, but full time, yeah. I got a stop loss, man. I got stop loss in 07, 08. I got stop loss in cent active. It sucked balls. I might lose power here, guys. I've got power flickering at my house. I just had it happen again. You're in the Mideast in the box. Don't say where you are, by the way. If that's where you are, don't say anything. OPSEC, bro. Stay safe, man. 100%. Yeah, I'm reading what you're saying right now, brother. Yeah, bro. 100%. 100% futures trader. Yeah, it is true, man. You know what's up. I have a hard time talking about that stuff with civilians, man. I try to keep it's hard for me to um it's hard for me to have I don't know, like be civilian and then be military. Because they're two different things, right? And they're two different things and neither has one to do with the other. Did I meet my wife before or after the military? All right, so I got a bad story for you. My wife was in the Army. That's a true story. My wife was actually, I should have gotten a UCMJ for this. Not me. She should have gotten a UCMJ. How about this? I'll tell you a story about how I met her today. At some point, I'll tell you a story how I met her. But she was not my direct report, but she was my boss to some extent. I actually got a medal. So, all right, I'll tell the story now. I'll tell the story right now. I'll make it quick. So, this is a true fucking story. Futures trader, you're going to like this story. This is a real true story. So, this is 100% true. 100 you guys know this shit is, you guys already know the military is fucked up, right? So, this is a true story. I got a medal. I got a fucking US ARCOM for it. I got an ARCOM for it. So is the statute of limitations 5 years? Good. It's been 5 years. This is a true story. This is no bullshit, no candy coating. So I get assigned a duty station, right? I moved to this town. This is a true fucking story. This is real. So I get a duty station, right? I travel there. I report to the battery, and I go to get my hair cut in town. And this woman cut my hair. This is true. Fucking 100%. This woman was cutting my hair, and I'm like, hey, you want to go on a date? She's cute woman. She's a good-looking woman. So I'm like, you want to go on a date? She's like, nope, I got a boyfriend. I'm like, damn, that sucks. She goes, I've got a sister, and she's single. And I think she's in your unit. And I had been in my unit for one formation. I think one formation. And I said to this woman, I go, I don't have any hot women in my battalion. There's no hot women there. And that's what I said to her, because I'm like, you're hot. Your sister's gonna be hot. She goes, no. She just got assigned there too. And I go, what? She goes, yeah, she just got assigned there too. My sister is in your unit, I think. And so I was like, okay, I will look for her. So hold on a second here. So I go, I'll look for her. So now this woman's got a boyfriend, and I try to pick her for a date. Turns me on to her sister, and hood blasting down in the depths of hell. And so I go to my next formation, and sure than shit, her sister is there, and she kind of looks like her sister. I'm like, I think that's her sister. And her sister was a sergeant, and I think at that time I was a specialist. And I was new to the unit. And I'm like, whoa, she is hot. And she's hotter than the sister. So I introduced myself. And I'm like, hey, Specialist James, and I think your sister cut my hair. And she's like, yes, that is my sister. So I was like, nice to meet you. That was it. It was a really short, quick conversation. Well, I went back to get my hair cut again, and I was like, "You're right. Your sister is hot, and she's single, right?" And she's like, "Yes." So I invited her, and I was like, "Well, why don't you and your sister come out with me, and I'll take you out, right?" So I'm not going to tell you that story; it's a whole different story. But I ended up taking them out. Well, that's not how it went. I'll just tell you what happened. So I'm like, look, I'm throwing a party. You should come to it with your sister. And my brother had just gotten back from Iraq. My brother was 25th ID, and he had just gotten back from serving in war in the infantry. And he just got back to the United States, and I was like, I'm throwing a party for my brother, and to welcome him back to the United States. So why don't you come? So I throw this party, and there were a lot of people there. There were maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people there, and it's true. This is a rave that I threw, and they showed up to the party. They went to the front door and they said, they go to the front door of this party and they go, "This is a true fucking story." And they go, we're here because of Jim James. And a guy at the front door said, "I don't know him." And they said, What do you mean you don't know him?" And the guy goes, there's a bunch of people at the front door, and they're like, "We don't know who Jim James is." And so they paid to get in. Now they showed up with 3 guys and the 2 sisters. It's 3 dudes, 2 women. And the guy at the front door made them pay. And it was like $25 to get in or something like this. Is a long time ago. $25 to get in. So they paid. They got inside the party. Place is booming. Boom, 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 boom. And they found me. My now wife and her sister found me inside of the party. And the sister that cut my hair started yelling at me, like berating me. "Why did you lie to me? Why did you say this was your party? What's going on? You're such an asshole." There's 3 dudes there behind these 2 girls, and they're giving me the badass shit and whatever. And I was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Why didn't you just say at the door you knew me?" And they're like, "We did." I was like, "And they made you pay?" And they're like, "Yes." I'm like, "Let's go to the front door." So we went to the front door, and I said, "Who made you pay?" And they pointed to a guy, and guess who that guy was? That guy was my brother. So I go, "Why'd you make him pay?" And my brother goes, my brother goes, "If we let everyone in the front door that said they knew you, we'd be fucking broke." It's true. Now, as that happened, uh, the sister that I had met in the army, went flush red, deep red in her face. Because they realized at that point this was my party, and that that was my brother, and also that I wasn't lying. I was telling the truth. So then the sister that cut my hair asked for her money back, and I said, "Fuck you, no, you're not getting your money back." Truth. So the idea here is this, though. I told these women, "No, I'm keeping your money," and they were hot, and I didn't care. And so I was like, just go have fun. So I ran away and started going back to dancing and whatever. This is all fucking true. So so I go back to dancing and all that stuff. And I left these women, like, abandoned them with three of their boyfriends, and acted like I didn't give a flying fuck about them. Anyways, we started having a good night, and I had to get out of there. I actually had some other commitments, so I'm like, I gotta. So I come back to him, like, look, I'm out of here. I'm gonna leave. Have fun. Have a great night. And the sister, who was a sergeant in the army, followed me outside, and she's like, "What do you mean you're leaving? I want to meet you, like actually meet you." And I was like, "Look, here's my phone number. If ever any time, just call me. If any time, we'll get together and hang out." And I jumped in my car and left. And if you're a young man out there, I'm going to tell you something. This is an important lesson in life. Women that can have whatever they want, if you're off doing your own thing in life, and you don't show them that you need them, man, they'll come after you. Like, women don't like that. Women are used to men that are, they're not that they like it, but they're used to men fawning over them all the time. When you don't do that, that's something they can't have. And when they can't have you, they love that shit. And there's so many dudes out there. There's so many men out there that all they fucking do all day long is like they'll like hound women. If you're not hounding a woman, they're like, wait a minute, why aren't you hounding me? That's all that I get hounded all day long. Why are you not hounding me? What do you mean you have more important things than me? What do you mean you're doing something else? What do you mean you're busy? You're too busy for me? So I abandoned her when I first met her. I left. I jumped in my car and left her in a parking lot at a party that I threw after making her and her sister pay to get in with three dudes they brought. And I asked them why they brought the dudes. They said for our safety. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm out of here, right? So what do you mean your safety? So I left. I'm serious on this shit. I'm serious. I'm like dead up. 100% serious. So I left, right? And she told me years later, my wife told me years later that never had she met a man that had done that to her. Never. And I believe her to this. I believed her then. I believe her to this day. No one. That my wife is beautiful. Wherever I go with her, men are all over her, everywhere. So, even to this day, and she's older now, and she's still a gorgeous woman. So, but I was busy. I really was truly busy. So, but just that little thing right there was all it took for her to be like, I need to know who that guy is, and why am I not? Why does he not need me? True, it's so true. Now, what she didn't know was that I thought she was absolutely fucking beautiful, and that I had no business even dating her. That's true. I don't deserve this or I don't even. I should. She's out of my league. I'm not going to date her. She would never be interested in me. That kind of stuff. Now, I saw her again at formation. Right, show up to formation on a Monday morning, and I see her again, and she sees me, and I see her, and all that stuff. And there's a bunch of dudes there. There's like you're talking about 165 men, not about 165, like maybe like 130 men, and like maybe 3 or 4 women. This is like swinging dicks everywhere, you know. A lot of competition, and I saw her, and we started to chat. And over time, we started to chat and get to know each other. We ended up having some kind of a overnight lockdown thing we had to do. I forget what it was for, but they like locked us down. We stayed awake for like 24 hours and did a bunch of shit. Like it was all like combat stuff, um, like triage for like mass casualties or something like that. And we stayed overnight in this operating area and got to know each other. This was just before a deployment. So we then deployed to Korea. And my unit went to Korea. And in my unit, I was a driver for a 2-star general. And my job was basically an aide de camp. I would drive a general around, and I would ensure his security, right? And my job was not that common. So the general was never there. He'd be like there, and then he'd be back in the States. He'd be in Korea and then not in Korea. So I didn't have a lot to do. I was basically an aide de camp, so my job was force protection for his security. So if he was in country, I went wherever he went. Wherever he went, I was there for him. Now, because he was never there in Korea, I had nothing to do. I was bored a lot, so I traveled the country. I would embedded myself with people and stuff, not tourist areas. I would just like go out in the country. I'd take buses all over the country and hang out and do cool shit. And I would get bored, and so I would I'd volunteer to help my unit out with what they were doing. So because I had nothing to do and I was volunteering with my unit, where I didn't have to, I got a lot of respect in my unit because I didn't have to do anything and I did stuff. They would be doing this or doing that or doing this or doing that. And I'd be like, hey, you guys need some help? And I'd go help people out. So I was well respected from my unit for this. And I broke my ass. And I was a better soldier than a lot of soldiers in my unit, too. And so I was in Korea. I was stationed in Korea. And she was stationed at, where the fuck was she stationed? She was stationed at, I want to say Busan. That's a dirty, sandy base, right? Like really fucking dirty. I think it was Busan. But I was stationed at Osan Air Force Base, as an Army soldier. And, 1st Air Cav was there. If any of you guys are Army out there or Air Force know this, 1st Air Cav is also stationed at Osan Air Force Base. Those are some high-speed, no-drag motherfuckers, right? Those guys wear the fucking cowboy hats, and they wear the fucking gold and all that bullshit. And there's some dirty-ass motherfuckers. I don't know if any of you guys are Army out there, I don't know, but you make fun of these guys, these soldiers and shit, but they're still high-speed, no-drag. These motherfuckers do not fuck around. They're some bad high-speed motherfuckers. And so I was on this base, but with the Army, and I was on guard duty. I was assigned a 24-hour guard shift on the perimeter of this base. I don't ever tell this shit. Sometimes I could tell you guys short stories, but not all of them. So I was assigned a guard duty with 1st Air Cav. 1st Cav, right? Just 1st Cav, right? Fucking, I forget the jokes that you make about these guys anymore, but there's a bunch of really salty shit that you can say about 1st Cav. But anyways, these guys are super high speed, no drag, right? And I'm like, I'm not a part of 1st Cav, but I'm guarding an outpost with 1st Cav. and they have these like sandbag dugout checkpoint areas in this outpost, and I'm standing guard at one of these things, and I was waiting for my relief, and I was not relieved of my duty. Nobody showed up to relieve me, and nobody showed up to relieve me of my duty. So I stayed on that post, I think for 60 hours or so. No sleep. Did not fall asleep either on that duty. And finally, somebody figured out that I hadn't been relieved because the soldier that was supposed to relieve me went AWOL. And he had some home life problems. He had like a Jody or some shit like that. His wife left him, and he went AWOL. He fucking literally disappeared, and no one came to relieve me from my duty. My lieutenant showed up. That's right, futures trader, and my lieutenant showed up. And he's like, James, what the fuck are you still doing here? And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, you could have just fucking found me. And I was like, if every soldier did that, nothing would get done. like they teach you in the military, if you don't get relieved, that you don't ask questions. You don't ask questions of that. If every soldier did that, you wouldn't have soldiering. Right? If they tell you you're going to get reinforcements and they don't show up, you still defend your position, like it or not. Someone higher than you knows more than you do. That's real. That's actually real. So I got relieved. And at the end of that deployment, they were going to give a U.S. Army Commendation Medal for the deployment. I think they had 2 or 3 they had to give out. Maybe it was 1. I don't know. 1 or 2 or 3. I don't know. But they had to give these medals out. And I was in the running for a medal. But I wasn't guaranteed to get the medal. And it was because of that time when I didn't relieve myself of my duty. I just stayed on my post until I was properly relieved. Now, that's a general order, right? I think Futures Trader just said that. What is that? Your 4th or 5th general order, isn't it? Something like that? I think it is. Is it your 4th or 5th general order? I don't remember. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Maybe one of you guys out there can look that up. I think your 4th or 5th general order is to not relieve yourself unless you're properly relieved. It's a very important part of the military. There we go. Clear all that shit out to the upside. Look at that gorgeousness up there. Poke Juice Box just said it's their 5th general order. So I'm in Korea, and I was surrounded by 4 sergeants. I think 4 or 5 sergeants. That's right. So I had so they came and found me, right? And I'm being surrounded right now. I got like 4 sergeants around me. I got my lieutenant, the guy that actually relieved me. And he didn't relieve me, but he came and found me and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he goes, James, you're up for a medal. And I'm like, why are all these sergeants here? And they go, you're up for a medal for your service in country. And I go, okay. I got a funnier story. I got another funny ass story about Korea too. I got so many fucked up stories in Korea. But anyways, they're like, you're up for a medal. But you're in the running with another couple soldiers. So it's come down to the best story of the deployment, but you have to be able to prove it. And I go, what? And they go, you have to be able to. They go, you can't have the medal unless you have the best story. You're you're a finalist, but you're not going to get a fucking medal unless you can give us the best story of your deployment. And I go, what do you mean the best story of deployments? And they're like, we want the best story from all of you. Now, the other guys aren't there, just me. I'm alone. And they go, we want the best story that you have of your deployment to decide if you're going to get the medal or not. And so I say to not to the lieutenant, but I say to the sergeants, I go, I got the best story of deployments, but I can't say it because I'll go to prison. I'll get in trouble. I'll go to jail for this. Or but I can't tell you guys the best story of deployment, but I tell the sergeant, the lieutenant's there, and 4 sergeants there, and I go, but I guarantee if I told you the story, I would win the fucking medal. And they were like, bullshit. And I go, I'm telling you right now, if I tell you the story, number one, I can't have this other soldier get in trouble, and number 2, I guarantee that I got the best fucking story of this deployment. And they literally went to like a meeting. Like fucking 5 of them were fucking just having a discussion. They're probably just telling it. Now that I'm older, I know that they were probably just like, they're just like fucking with me or something. But they came back and they said to me, remember, we got to get that new high. Have to get that new high up here. So they're fucking with me, right? And they're like, James, we promise you're not going to get in trouble. You can tell us. We promise you're not going to get an article. If you just tell us the story, if it's that good. So they promised me, and I trust these fucking guys. I trust these guys in my fucking life. Truly. Like, I want you to know something. Like, I'm going to tell you a secret here, okay? When you're in the military, right? Not all soldiers are the same. A lot of soldiers fall back, some hold, and some drive on. As you work your way through that as a human, you find that you have less and less pairs around you. You have more pairs around you that hold back or fall back. You have less pairs with you if you hold, and you have even less people around you when you move forward. When you're in that very small group of individuals that move forward, no matter what, it's a very small group of people. And you make those bonds and those friendships, they are lifelong if you do that. And that group gets smaller as people get wounded. So when you make those bonds with people, they are lifelong. So anyways, I trusted these fucking guys, and I did, even when I eventually admitted to it. But what I admitted to these guys was that I had been fucking my sergeant the entire fucking tour. And she was the hottest woman there. And I had no business dating her. And all these guys wanted to date her. Like, she was like the girl that everybody wanted to get with. And I was like, look, I've been with Sergeant so-and-so this entire trip. And I can prove, and they go, no, you haven't. They didn't believe me. And they go, we don't believe you. That's bullshit. And I was like, I'm telling you, I've been with her the entire fucking deployment. And I can prove it. And they go, you can't prove it. And I go, I'm telling you, I can fucking prove it. And the lieutenant's the one that goes, if you can prove it, you'll get the medal, but I don't believe you. And I go, if I can prove that I've been with her the entire trip, will you give me the medal? And he goes, fuck yeah, I will. And I was like, okay. And I was like, let me show you something. And I literally kept this on me because I didn't want to get in trouble. It was always on me. I always kept it on me the entire deployment. But I reached into my pocket, my side pocket, right, on my BDUs, and I pulled out a certificate from a Northwest Airlines flight where I joined the Mile High Club. I got caught fucking her on a flight, on the flight over to Korea, and they were going to announce it on the flight. And I begged the stewardess not to announce it on the plane. I go, look, I'm a soldier, and there's a bunch of military people on this flight. And if you announce this right now over the intercom, I'm going to go to fucking jail. And literally, the stewardess ran down the aisle to the front cabin to stop the announcement on the flight. I would have went to prison over this. She would have went to prison, definitely. But they still gave me a certificate of joining the Mile High Club. So I showed it to the lieutenant and these sergeants, and they fucking, like, their faces were blown off. Their faces were blown the fuck off. Now everybody knew at that point. And as a matter of fact, she was ETSing as soon as we came back from deployment, came back to CONUS. She was getting out of the Army anyways. So it really wasn't a problem. And she wasn't in my direct chain of my direct command authority or anything like that. She was with a different part of HQ than I was. So it wasn't like I wasn't a direct report to her or anything like that. But I did get my medal. And the fucked up part about that medal is when we came back to the United States, and we had to do this formation where everybody sucks each other off. And I was waiting for my medal and they didn't give it to me. Truth. I was like, I'm gonna get this fucking medal. It's gonna be a disaster. I'm gonna be embarrassed as fuck. They didn't present me with the medal. But they did. After the formation was dismissed, my lieutenant was like, "You can go get your medal from." There was like some kind of a sergeant that was at a desk or something dealing with paperwork for like insurance and all that other bullshit, and IDs and all this other stuff. And he's like, "Your medal. They got your medal and they'll give it to you." And the fucking sergeant, this asshole, this motherfucker didn't want to give me my medal. He was a fucking prick. He really was a cocksucker. Said he lost the paperwork, all kinds of stupid bullshit. But I did get my medal. I got my medal, and they gave it to me not for her, but they gave it to me for not abandoning my station, my duty. And that's a real story. Anyways, my wife, I served with her in the Army. She was honorably discharged as a sergeant from the United States Army. She was a civil engineer. She was a civil engineer in the Army. And she used the Army to pay for college. She went to school for physical therapy and used the Army to pay for school. Her dad paid for college, but she started not flunking out, but she was partying. So she ended up using the Army to pay for her own school. Her dad, he didn't disown her or anything, but he cut her off from the money flow. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, it was a little more than served with. All from meeting her sister, and we've been together ever since. Ever since. Ever since. She's the love of my life. No, so I use the captain moniker for. I'm a sailor, so I sail boats. So I'm a captain of a boat. Not a captain in the army. Never. Matter of fact, I have a degree. Never want. But as a matter, I got two cool things. My wife had a degree when she was in the army. Neither of us wanted to be officers in the army. So in my family we have a lot of officers in my family. A lot of we have a multi-generational service to our country, and I didn't want to be an officer, neither did my wife, because we already have experience with our family. What happens if you're in the army? Okay, there's different people that serve in the military. There are people that are poor. A lot of people come from poverty to serve in the military. Uh, People also serve the military because of their station in life. Um, Not just poverty, but people serve in the military for different reasons, I should say. One of the reasons is poverty, to get out of situations that you might be growing up in. Other people join the military because they're psychotic. Some people want to serve because they have like a kill thing about them. Other people join the military because of school. Some people join the military because of a sense of duty. And I joined the military, and my wife joined the military mostly because of a sense of. I never thought I was going to join the army. I'll be honest. I never thought I was going to join the military, but I had this. I remember I was about 17 years old, and I felt like I wasn't doing my. I wasn't living up to what my father was. I felt a sense of. I felt a sense. I had this weird like thing that happened to me where I was like, um, I owe my country and my fellow man. This is so lame to say. I'm so sorry to say this. I know you don't believe this, but this is real. Um, I felt like I wouldn't be a man if I didn't do what my dad did. And my dad raised me with this thing called selfless service, where you owe your country service. This is real. I'm about to start crying because it's real. For at least for me, I felt a sense of duty and honor to my father, my father's father, my father's father's father. That I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. Would not be a man if I did not serve my country. My wife had the same thing for her, sense of duty to our nation. Not Republican either. I'm a Democrat. Remember that. I'm a Democrat, but I do feel a sense of duty to the thesis of freedom and the thesis of being better, the thesis of protecting your freedoms. Your freedom to be a free person being black, your freedom to be gay, your freedom to speech, your freedom, all those freedoms that you try to exercise. I felt as though you have to protect those things. Those things do not come free. They don't come easy. They don't come free. That's real, by the way. And some people serve our military for those reasons, to ensure that you guys can do that stuff. Okay, so we'll get past that. Anyways, so when I joined the military, I did not want to be an officer because I already knew from other family members that if you are a good soldier and you are an officer, that they will remove your command authority and they will stick you in a support position. Let me say that again to you. So if you're a high-speed, no-drag person in life, right? If you're a badass, right? Like if you like to hike, bike, ski, if you do anything, you're really good at what you do, and you're really you're really good at it, right? Like you know how to play sports, you know how to be a team player, you know how to no matter what, you can get it done. You have that kind of thing about who you are, and you join the military as an officer. They will remove your command from you. That's real. That's true in the military. So if you're a really good officer, higher officers above you will be like, "Hey, that's a good officer over there. I want him for me." And so they stick you in like S2, S3, and all that other bullshit. And I got to tell you something. There is nothing like leading troops. Nothing like it. If your troops love you, if your troops respect you, if you go to battle with your troops, there ain't nothing fucking like it. There is nothing fucking like it. And if any of you are ex-military, know this already. Any good officer is a short-lived thing. If you ever are able to serve under a great officer, they're gone. Like 9 months later, you never see them again. They get promoted, they get moved, they get moved. Like a line level officer that's worth his salt is gone. You don't ever get to see him again. So one of the coolest things in the military is to become an NCO, specifically in our military too. The NCO Corps is the backbone of our military. The O Corps is not. Officers come and go in the United States military, at least. But the NCO Corps is fucking phenomenal. And if you are around or serve with great NCOs, nowadays they make everybody an NCO these days. But they used to not do that. Everybody's a fucking NCO in the Army now. Like everybody's a goddamn sergeant. But there was a time when everybody wasn't a sergeant in the Army. And that NCO Corps is badass. And if you can lead troops for your entire contract, like if you get a fucking contract in the military, and if you can become an NCO and lead other fucking soldiers, it is so fucking cool. It is so why the fuck would you join the Army to be a fucking pencil pusher? So no, I wasn't an officer, and I wouldn't ever be an officer by choice in the military. Some people would, to fly or to do what they want to do, maybe. But for me, I never wanted to be an officer. So when I use the CaptainJimJames moniker, it's because I'm a sailor. I sail boats. So that's in reference to my being a sailor, not my military service. So if you want to know, that's the explanation. Non-com, baby. That's real. All that shit's real. Every last part of that. All that shit is 100%. Yeah, the pay is good. The officers have all kinds of better shit than enlisted. But I didn't join the Army. Like I joined the Army for my dad and all that stuff. But I joined the Army because I wanted to blow shit up and tell people what to do. That's what I wanted to do. I didn't join the fucking Army. I didn't join the Army for the college or any of that stuff. I really wanted to I was a Cub Scout. I was a Boy Scout. I wanted to fuck shit up. I really did. I've been like that my entire life. It's like who I am. It's part of who I am. Oh, we come back down here to check this stuff. Oh, look at that grind, man. Check the 5 minute. Check the 5 minute again. I had a blast in the Army. My experience in the military was awesome. I loved it. and it taught me a lot about life. Taught me, I can't say I had. Well, there's some things I wouldn't let my kids do it. My daughters, I tell them all the time, don't join the military. There's better things for you to do. Oh, CBs, dude. Wasn't with them, but I've been around CBs. I've been around CBs. Those guys are legendary too. I've been around CBs. I've seen Navy CBs. Those guys are legendary. The sister. So, the sister. Yeah, Dejan. Day's just grinding away, right? Q's looking good though. Look at the Q's up here. Q's still pushing to the upside. What else we got here? NVDA just kind of muscling around over here. Parking. What happened to the sister? I don't want to talk about the sister because the sister, I think, I shouldn't say what I think, but I think the sister was upset that I didn't push the issue with her, but she ended up getting married though. The sister got married. She had her own kids and stuff, and we all became adults. Your grandfather was a CB. CBs went through a lot of shit in World War II. I think they might have went through some shit in Vietnam too, but like combat engineers, don't fuck with those guys. Like combat engineers, man, the people are like combat engineers are badasses, 100%. CB is kind of a combat engineer too. They do construction, I believe, and maintenance, or not maintenance, but like mechanical stuff. But they do it in combat. So while you're holding the gun, leading the way, they're fucking sitting there right with you at the same time, trying to cut a path for you usually, or like drag a jet off an aircraft carrier or something like that in the thick of the shit. CBs are badasses. That's right. Absolutely, 100%. I know CBs. I rarely talk about this stuff in public. I got to tell you guys something. Like in real life, like no fucking around. In real life, I don't talk about this stuff. I don't live as a lot of my friends in the military never left the military, even though they did. They're sitting in a bar stool somewhere in a VFW. I didn't do that shit. Lock that shit up in a box. Seriously. Lock that stuff up in a box and throw the key away. No, that shit'll kill you. Or at least it would me. What are they doing over here? What's going on over here? Not too much, huh? Some people need the military for the rest of their lives. For me, it ate me up. Guys, any guys out there that are veterans know about being ate up, right? That shit ate me up. My brain was all fucked up. My heart was all fucked up. And I had to go to counseling, all kinds of stupid shit. Like I had to go to like mental health and shit like that. Watch out for this bear cross up here. And at least for myself, I had to lock that shit up. Put it away. Never talk about it again. So most people don't know I'm a veteran. I don't talk about it. I don't get veteran plates. I don't ever speak about it to people I meet. If people ask me about it, I'll tell them, but I don't normally do that stuff. Yeah, I go to the VA and stuff, but VA sucks, by the way. But I don't wear that. I don't wear that on my. I don't carry that through my life. I have friends that do, and they never recovered from it. So, in my view, they didn't. So I don't. I never like. I never like. A lot of my friends are like. It's like a part of their identity, I guess. I don't do that. I'm not one of those people. I had to start over. In my own view, I had to start over. So it was like a part. No, how do I explain it? The best way to explain it would be, have like I have like a life in the military, and then that part of my life ended, and I boxed it up, locked it up in a box. Right? If you're a soldier, futures trader might know this, called going in the box and coming out of the box. And I put that shit in the box, and I haven't taken it out since. And I try not to. Uh, it's not a healthy way to live as a civilian. I wanted to be a civilian, and I am a civilian, and that's what I want to be for the rest of my life. I don't ever want to be a soldier ever again. I did what I was supposed to do, and I don't ever want to be a fucking soldier again. I did it. I did my job. I'm done. You guys know this stuff. I know that some of you out there know this shit. Yeah, I'm not getting me going. I'm cool. But like coming out of the box is fucked up, right? You know this. Any of you guys out there that are fucking real soldiers, you guys know what the fuck that is, right? You're like, you know, you get brainwashed, right? You know that, right? You're a fucking killer, man. Like I can't say that. I'm not gonna start down that fucking path. But you guys already know. I can't live like that. You fucking if you live that shit as a civilian, that shit'll fucking kill you young. You know, you can't go around as acting like you're a goddamn soldier when you're not anymore. It's still fucking early life, man. Yeah, you can't do that shit, man. They don't understand. They're fucking fat, dude. Civilians, if you're a civilian, if you've never served in the military, right? You come back from a deployment, and you're like a fucking if you come back from a deployment to the United States, you could look at a police officer, and they look like prey to you. They literally look like prey. You're a fucking you're a destroyer of worlds. You're a fucking you're a predator, you know? Military does that too. And I don't ever want to live like that as a civilian. I want to be a fat body. Then you come back to the United States and you're walking around and you're like, look at all these fucking soft fucking people. It's such a fucked up thing too. It's like the most fucked up thing ever. It's one of the most fucked up things. Like the military is a really fucked up thing. So, anyways, let's get past. It's super fucked up. It fucks your whole fucking brain up. Your whole brain is fucking retarded. I won't say that. Sorry. It's so different. Like come back from deployment, you you come to the U.S. and you're like, it's so glaring. It's the most glaring fucking thing. I don't think that anymore, but I remember it. I remember like coming back to the United States and being like, I could end every motherfucker in this room right now. It's totally depressing. It's the most depressing thing in the entire world. So what do? You get rid of it, right? So if you're a soldier out there active like you are right now, Futures Trader 87, when you come back to the States, your service ends, lock that shit up, get rid of it, become a human again. Go work for Miro and keep Payne going. We used to do so much fucked up shit, man. Like I got so much stupid shit. All right, so we've got a bear cross coming. It's not confirmed yet. There's a little bit of rejection going on up here, but the cross still hasn't happened. You still want to wait for the cross to happen. Let's watch this closely here. Starting early today, 11:30 in the afternoon. We've got the minutes coming out at 2 p.m. I'm going to take a quick break, go potty, make some coffee. I'm going to give you guys a preview. I'm going to read to you a preview of what to expect from the minutes today at 2. Is velocity telling you anything? Sure, let's take a look at that. Good question. Let's take a peek at velocity. Velocity is weak right now. Daily velocity is good. 15-minute velocity is good. But the intraday. Here, let's take a look at a couple things before I take a break. Let's take a peek. On a 4-hour basis. On a 4-hour basis, sellers are in charge right now. You see them selling this down? A lot of selling activity right now on a 4-hour basis. On a 1-hour basis, sellers are winning right now. They're actually beating buyers. Buyers were right here, and sellers are winning right now. You see that? Next known sellers are at the 1-hour trigger. We also know that the gamma flip is right here. Just so you know, that's where the gamma flip is. So we got a rug pull going on right now. 30-minute basis. Buyers, sellers, buyers trying to hold on right now. Note also that these buyers right here, this was at 10:30, 9 o'clock right here. This is support right here. Can't lose this. Can't lose this right here. Can't lose that. Can't lose. If you're a buyer, you cannot lose 530.35. Leave that right there with you right now. $530.35. Can't lose it. I'm gonna take a quick break. Give me like just 5-15 minutes. I'm gonna empty the piss bottle. I'm gonna get some coffee, and then I'm gonna give you guys a preview on what to expect. I'm gonna give you a preview of what to expect with the minutes, and then we're gonna go over some of the economic calendar stuff for today. I do want you to also realize that we have a 20-year bond auction at 1 p.m. 20-year auction at 1 p.m. So be hyper aware of that as well. You've got volatility at 1, volatility at 2 p.m. For the FOMC minutes, and then we also have NVDA to go over today. So 2 important things to go over today would be a preview on Nvidia earnings, and then another preview on the FOMC minutes. Another note for you, if you don't already know this, NVDA, their earnings or their guidance does not happen until 5 p.m. I don't know what time I couldn't seem to find when the report comes out. Maybe one of you guys can enlighten me in the chat. Maybe I couldn't find out if they don't report their numbers until 5 p.m. or if we get their numbers right at 4. If we get them at 4 or at 5 p.m. with their guidance. Maybe one of you guys can let me know what time they actually put out their numbers at least. Is it at 4 or is it at 5 p.m.? And I'll be right back with you guys. Also, I'm going to put the news squawker on for you right now.
Announcement at Downing Street at 5 o'clock London time. Of course, this is likely to be him confirming. It's reported to be on July 4th. Just making you aware here, we're getting an announcement from Sunak at 5 o'clock London time, which is, of course, likely to be the confirmation of an election on July 4th.
All right, I just saw what you said, Squat. The numbers are at 420. Thanks, Jared, for saying something about the numbers coming out at 420. That's important. Thanks for saying something about that, brother. I'll turn the news squawker down. Thanks for saying something about that, too. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, what's that, dude? What's going on? What up, Vix, baby? Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. That was fucking awesome. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's do it. Let's get it on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
And after hours news for Lagardère, Board has authorised of prelim memorandum of understanding to continue talks with LVMH on the sale of Paris Match.
And just making you aware, UK PM Sunak does call a national election and say it will be on July 4th. Just confirmation there from earlier sources, but PM Sunak does just confirm there he has called a national election and it will be on July 4th. And just of note for EMFX watchers, Brazil's Petrobras shares have been halted in US trade. Of note therefore, PBR Petrobras. And just of note for Exxon, ticker XON, US judge does deny Exxon request for discovery and climate change shareholder. The judge rules Exxon cannot pursue against climate advocate. Follow this on jurisdiction issue. And going back to Petrobras here, ticker PBR, according to a filing, antitrust watchdog did agree to review terms of agreement on refineries. And continuing here for Petrobras, does note regulators did agree to review terms of agreement regarding gas. Of note here for Pfizer, ticker PFE, in Q2 of 2024 is launching a multi-year program to reduce the cost of goods sold. And the first phase of that program is to reduce the cost of goods sold. It's expected to deliver savings of roughly $1.5 billion by the end of 2027. And the one-time cost to achieve savings associated with the first phase of the program are expected to be roughly $1.7 billion. Of note there for Pfizer, ticker PFE, just launching some cost-saving actions.
All right, here we go. Coming right back here. Hold on here. Oh, one more moment. One more moment. Hold on. All right. Made some coffee. 12:45. We have a 20-year bond auction coming up here in just a few moments. So we'll await that. The 10-year. Watch this 10-year here. Take a peek at this 10-year really quick. Bullish intraday, but bearish overall. But bullish intraday, at least, the 10-year yield. Yeah, your SPY puts should get some kick today. There is an expectation that regardless of outcome today, that there'll be a downside move after. Regardless of thesis. So we're either going to get it like 1 o'clock this afternoon, end of day, tomorrow, doesn't really matter. Soon. We're fairly close here. Let's have a look at that. There's a nice target up here for the upside. I'm going to read you a preview for 2 p.m. So it's 12:47. Just so you guys can see, this is the high. We already took this one out, so we're going to get rid of that one. Gone. If we have another downside move, your next target is 529.79. Your upside first target is 531.54. And as you guys already know how I feel about all of this, we're at Vixperation, so today, tomorrow, there's a high probability of a bloodbath of some kind. I hope it's only one day. My hope would be that it happens today. It just like flushes everything. You can go on vacation. I don't think anybody wants to be watching I'll be honest with you, I don't think anybody wants to be watching the stock market on Thursday, Friday of the first weekend of summer. I don't know why anyone would want to. I could see it if we're in a bear market or something, or just starting to roll the market. But other than that, be really careful here, by the way. They're going to hedge this event at 1. There's last night I saw a thesis by people on FinTwit saying they're just going to run it up until next week. I'd really like to see a VIX reset to run it up into next week. If you're going to run it up into next week, I'm cool with that. I'm not cool with where VIX is to run it up into next week. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't think you're in safety if it does. I feel like, I think that if you don't get that, like just a relief valve on the VIX, that you can run it up in safety. And that brings up that whole other conversation. Can these guys go on vacation with the VIX trading that low? It'd be too risky. So you need that. Not fully. VIX doesn't need to trade 40 or 50 or anything. It just needs to like a relief valve. And we don't have that relief valve at the moment on VIX. So they're going to probably try to find it. They're going to try to find it so they can have some confidence into the weekend. In my view.
Just after the top of the hour, we'll get the US auction of the 20-year bonds. Results due usually about 2 or 3 minutes after the top of the hour. There'll be 16 billion sold today. Just in terms of the prior history, last time out we saw the high yield at 4.818%. And that compares to the 6 auction average of 4.562. Last time out we saw a stop through of 2.5 basis points. On average over the last 6, they've pretty much come in on the screws. Bid to cover last time out was 2.82 times. Over the last 6, it's been about 2.6. Dealers last time out took 9.1%. Directs took 16.2 and indirects 74.7. Just in terms of expectations for today's auctions, the folks at BMO say the pros of the auction: since the 20-year bonds reintroduction in May 2020, 87% of headline results have been directionally consistent between the 10 and 30-year quarterly refundings. April's economic data has thus far widely conformed with Powell's expectations, as opposed to suggesting the Fed may need to revisit its inflation-fighting strategy. The resulting shift in sentiment may have strengthened the bull case for duration. The auction may benefit from the reality that the economic data calendar won't uncover particularly consequential new information until the NFP week. On the other side of the coin, BMO says there remains an elevated level of uncertainty around the length of time it will take the Fed to achieve the confidence needed to deliver rate cuts, and the Fed's data-dependent stance underscores the difficulty interpreting the FOMC's policy outlook. It also says there's been a rather mixed trend in headline results at the 20-year new issue auctions recently, with the last 8 refundings splitting between stop-throughs and tails.
Yeah, I'm with him on this, with the volatility in this auction.
And a bit of metals news here. According to ICSG, world refined copper market was in a 125,000 metric ton surplus in March 2024.
So I'm going to read this to you. Between now and the auction at 1 p.m., I'm going to give you a primer for the FOMC minutes today. We have minutes being released today at 2 p.m. From the FOMC. At the May meeting, the FOMC left rates unchanged, right? 5.25 to 5.50, which was expected. They announced a higher than expected tapering of its QT program in the bond market, right? Where the monthly cap on Treasury runoffs will be reduced from $60 billion to $25 billion, while the monthly redemption cap on agency debt and MBS was maintained at $35 billion. While it continues to note that the inflation has eased over the past year, it acknowledges that in recent months, quote, there has been a lack of further progress towards the inflation objective. Still, Chair Powell ruled out the prospect of near-term rate hikes, instead suggesting that the committee could keep rates at current levels for as long as needed to bring inflation back down. So we know we don't want to see any talk of rate increases, right, as of right now. Elsewhere, the statement said that risks, quote, risks to achieving its employment and inflation goals have moved towards better balance. Which was a slight tweak from the previous moving into better balance. So I'm going to read that to you one more time, okay? The statement from the last meeting, or the meeting before the last meeting, was risks to achieving its employment and inflation goals have moved towards better balance. And then this past meeting, they said moving into better from the previous moving into better balance, which analysts could reflect some growing concerns of an employment downturn. So there is some ideas here that any further rate increases could hurt employment. The Fed can live with inflation more than it can live with unemployment. And that's true. There are mechanics at play here that could bring inflation down without raising rates further, where raising rates further could do material harm to the mandate of employment, robust employment. There's been some news peddling, like Target is saying that they're going to lower prices on 300 staples that came out a couple days ago. And then people are commenting that when they're shopping at grocery stores that they're experiencing lower prices on staples for the home. Powell suggested that the Fed remains satisfied with its current policy rate, and future rate moves remain skewed towards rate cuts, even though
AI
cuts,
names, particularly those abroad. U.S. House Committee has advanced a bill to make it easier for the president to impose export curbs on AI systems.
Powell suggested that the Fed remains satisfied with its current policy rate, and future rate moves remain skewed towards rate cuts, even though cuts have been delayed and the bar has been raised. Powell said that when the Fed gets confidence on inflation, rate cuts will be in its scope. But he does not have great confidence either way on whether there will be rate cuts this year. I've already told you, you guys know this. Jimmy Barry's told you. We've all told you ad nauseum at this point that rate cuts are bad. No, you don't believe that, but they're bad. We're going to circle back around to that in a moment. But Powell said when the Fed gets confidence in inflation, rate cuts will be in its scope. But he does not have great confidence either way or on whether there will be rate cuts this year. The Fed chair reiterated that a rate hike was unlikely, alleviating some hawkish risks that traders harbored heading into the meeting. Powell did not put too much weight on the hot employment cost index data in Q1 and even drew attention to some dovish data points like the soft JOLTS job openings figures, which he said showed that policy was restrictive. Since the meeting, PPI and CPI data have signaled that core PCE, the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation, will ease in April. That said, officials still want to see several months of constructive inflation readings before any change in policy stance can be endorsed. And recent commentary has taken on a cautious tone on both rate cuts as well as inflation progress. So I'm going to tell you something out there. You don't want to see talk of rate cuts in these minutes. I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling you. If you're a bull, at best, you don't want rate cuts. Now, we have a few instances where we've had rate cuts and the market has continued higher. But just like the inverted yield curve or just the yield curve in general.
According to some reports being attributed to Deal Reporter, Alibaba working on a $5 billion convertible bond offer. That's according to two market participants, reported by Deal Reporter.
Just like the yield curve sucks on its own, it really sucks. The yield curve to me is a better tool to push a thesis than it is to gauge how the market is going to act without other ingredients. And just like that, generally speaking, rate cuts are bad for the market. And here's where I'm coming from here. The point that I'm going to try to make to you here is this. If you have a surprise rate cut, the market would typically squeeze and then sell hard and heavy. The market's not anticipating it. If the Fed is non-adversarial and gives you any indication of rate cuts coming in the future, and I mean like soon, like 1 to 3 months, the market will, on its own, position itself to sell. And that's what our last pullback was. Not only our last pullback, but the last run that we had was directly tied towards an anticipation of a rate cut. It was like a long squeeze. So these minutes today, if you're a bull, if you're a real bull, you really want to hear nothing but the standard speak. If they were getting hawkish in their minutes, you might see some weakness temporarily in the market, but it's not necessarily bearish in the long term. Any speak though of expect a rate cut in June, that's actually bearish. And I would literally tell you at that moment, get rid of your 6,000 or my 6,000 target for end of year. Because historically, the odds are against.
When issued yield 4.637%. 4.637%.
The market continuing higher on a rate cut. We can, but I wouldn't put my eggs in that basket. I wouldn't. No way possible. I'd be fucking scared. So if you're a bull, your base case is that we do not cut rates until March. Even if we were going to, you wouldn't want to see a cut until March, and you wouldn't want to see real discussion of it until November, December. So they can price that in over the course of 1 to 3 months. So for the bull thesis to stay alive, in my view, from a statistical point of view, you want to maintain rates as they are until they can use whatever language they want until we see this or see that or see whatever. You want rates where they are. You don't want to see any rate cuts, any of that kind of stuff.
And high yield 4.635 versus the WI 4.637. So that is a 0.2 basis point stop through there for that 20-year. Cover comes in at 2.51 times. That is against the prior 2.82. Dealers take 10.06% versus the 6 auction average of 13.2. Directs take some 19.18%, and that versus the 6 auction average of 18.5. Indirects take 70.76% versus the 6 auction average of 68.3%. So just recapping on that, we do see a stop through of 0.2 basis points there. Cover lower than last time out, 2.51 against the prior 2.82, and the 6 auction average is 2.61. In terms of the participation, dealers take around about 10.1%, and that is below the 6 auction average of 13.2. Directs take 19.2%, and that is slightly above the 18.56 auction average. Indirects take 70.8%, and that is against the 6 auction average of 68.3. So they're higher than the 6 auction average.
So think about that thesis I'm talking to you about, because Jamie Dimon's saying that he potentially is going to not or no longer be leading JPM. And you've got an election coming up. You could have a regime change from Jerome Powell. I think that Jamie wants to be the Fed chair, not necessarily president. I don't know that he can be president. It's possible, but I don't know that he can be. But Fed chair would be a nice touch, like a nice cherry on top, right? For him and his path in life. So if Jamie potentially could be the next chair, that would open the door for more rate hikes to me. I don't think he would be fearful of hiking rates. But you figure that would be, that's not till Q1 2025. I don't think Jamie Dimon would cut rates, and I think he would actually increase rates. We probably do need to increase rates, though they're not going to want to raise rates in the heat of an election. You're not going to see Joe Biden, or you wouldn't even see Trump. It doesn't matter who it is. In the midst of an election like this, you would never see a president behind closed doors go to a Fed chair and say, hey, raise these fucking rates. And, the other point to this would be this. If Biden wins the presidency, he wouldn't care if he raised rates after winning, would he? And Jamie this past weekend said something to the tune of about having people work in your cabinet or as the heads of agencies that might not be from your party. So I think that setup is there. I think there's a setup for rate hikes after the election. I know you guys don't like politics mixed with your Fed policy, but we know what the truth is, right? We know what the real deal is. So, anyways, the minutes today, you want to be looking for no rate hikes, no rate cut talk at all. You don't want to see that if you're a bull. And you just kind of want the idea of we're monitoring inflation and we're monitoring employment. And for you personally, as a bull, you can live with inflation, believe it or not. You can't live with velocity and unemployment. That's the doozy. The doozy is always that. You start seeing a ramp in unemployment, and they're going to sell this fucking market down to the depths of hell. And you're going to also see rate cuts following something like that. They say they care about inflation, but they really don't. I'll be honest with you. Inflation's kind of close to where it needs to be. And it looks like the policy is working as it is intended to work right now without putting the screws to you. Unlike a lot of previous cycles. So for right now, I'd say they don't have to just do or say anything other than what they're doing right now. The Fed doesn't have to do shit. So I would expect in these minutes to hear them be benign and not hawkish or dovish, however you're going to take that, hawkish or dovish. I think it's in the Fed's best interest to not change policy in the minutes. Yeah, that's my take on the minutes. That's at 2 p.m. Nothing on the 20-year bond auction. Give it a B plus, B plus. I don't know what Andy gave it today. I was looking for something worse. That volatility is not there. So, what else do I got for you here? I think that's it. So you've got your preview for the minutes at 2 p.m. We've got Nvidia after the bell today. Still looking for highs to the upside. They tried to sell it down already. They took a shot just like they did on Monday to see if there was actually any support here. Price target still above, hasn't been hit. That's 532.20, 533.20, and then 534.80. Bond market didn't get it done. This sell earlier didn't get it done. So expect more upside into these minutes. If you were a bear looking for the minutes to be bearish, you are most definitely looking for either speak about a rate hike, or you'd be looking for speak about a rate cut. I think either of those are hawkish. Either of those changes would be hawkish. I don't think that a bull's friend is Jamie as the Fed chair. I would take him as a. I wouldn't quite take him as a hawk. If I could nail Jamie down, I'd probably say that he's not a hawk and he's not a dove. He probably leans more hawkish than dovish. He's very prudent. Yeah, he's a very prudent person. I think that might come through in his policy too. He would rather take the side of better safe than sorry than not sit like the whole MMT thing. I don't know that he's on that full board. What are your thoughts out there? Do you think that Jamie Dimon is modern, or like is the MMT guy? Do you guys think he's more old school? I think he's a more old school. Not quite a hawk, but I don't know if I call him prudent. Remember this yellow bar right here, you want to see a high tick above it. To get bulled up, you need to see like just the high tick right there. can't have any continuation without the high tick to go up. So we're paying close attention to that. We're melting up still all week long, still just being dragged higher and higher and higher, trying to tag that 530.50. We'll see if we can get there today, or if Nvidia can get us there. Hopefully they get some not just good news, but they need more than good news. They need some other news, not just not a good report. They need good guidance, like buybacks. You can say whatever you want, like fucking stock split. I don't know, unicorn fucking puke, whatever it is. New form of AI. They're beating AMD. Something unknown. They need something unknown for their ER today. Otherwise, they're gonna start to have range expansion with new highs. And I'll preview that later with you this afternoon. All right, I'm going to take another quick break. I'll be back at 1:45. It's now 1:12. I'll be back with you at 1:45 for those minutes. Otherwise, expect an upside move. Hourly trigger is holding just fine. I'd expect us to squeeze as we approach that 2 p.m. hour. Right there. Expect us to squeeze up into it. I'll be back at 1:45. Be right back. Yeah, you can't trust a banker, right? I don't think he could be president. But they said that about Reagan, didn't they? We never had a fucking actor be president. But I don't think the common man today, though. So yesterday, Jimmy, we were having a conversation, right? And the intent behind the conversation we were having yesterday was, I was talking with the chat yesterday about how Democrats and Republicans are telling voters, go fuck yourself, we're not taxing the billionaires. And how it's a nonpartisan issue. This issue is nonpartisan. You can't say you wouldn't want to tax billionaires. And yet there's no political will to do it, and there's no voter will to do it. So if that's true, and we were also talking about no political will to end trading by the Senate or the House of Reps. And if there's no political will, that means that voters don't give a fuck like they're supposed to. Voters aren't revolting against both parties. So maybe Jamie could run for president. I think a lot of that old stuff, like when voters wouldn't do this and voters wouldn't do that. Voters are very apathetic these days to that stuff. They just accept shit. I don't know why, but they do. Here you go, right there. The setup is there. If you're looking for a dip to buy before, you might catch another opportunity to catch a dip down here to get that trade on for 145. All right, right back with you guys. Now I got to go piss. I made coffee and pounded a bunch of water. Later. I'll be right back.
And just for the copper watchers, the folks at Citi with some commentary on copper markets, their base case now is for consolidation in copper prices over the next 3 to 6 months. They say with the LME currently trading close to their 0 to 3 month price target of around 10,500 per tonne. Just a bit more here from Citi. They still firmly believe copper is on a path to $12,000 per tonne and 15,000 in their bull case over the next 12 to 18 months. And just note the Fed's reverse repo today looks like 84 bidders take 496 billion. That compares to yesterday's 81 bidders with 491 billion.
Be hella careful right now. Are really fucking. The cursor over there. Be really careful here. Very dangerous. Watch out for a drop. Some kind of a setup coming up here. What's VIX doing here? VIX on the move to the upside. Dixie's bullish right now. Be very careful here. HYG looking pretty bearish. Dixie looking extremely bullish. Mm, 10 years mixed. Tesla climbing the wall of worry. Yeah, that's what it looks like, 45. They flushed everybody earlier this morning, too. All the call holders got flushed out this morning. I'm bullish here. Everyone's long. That's the only problem that I see. Like, they got to keep flushing out these fucking call holders. Nobody's fucking bearish. Nobody's bearish. Does anybody know if the new Alexa is an opt-out? Did any of you guys know about the new Alexa news? I don't want to fucking pay a fucking fee. I'll be honest. I pay so many fees, dude. Like the monthly, everything that I have is a monthly charge. Monthly charge here, monthly charge for this, monthly charge for that. I don't need an AI. I don't need Alexa AI. Or I don't think that I need an Alexa AI. And I've got Alexa in my house.
And some commentary from Goldman Sachs Chief Solomon. He sees 0 rate cuts by the Fed this year. That's GS CEO. Solomon says he sees 0 rate cuts this year by the Fed.
Yeah, I kind of gave into it because...
Just on the subject of the Fed, those FOMC meeting minutes are due in around 30 minutes' time. Around about 45 minutes ago, we did repost our primer towards the top of the news feed. For those who wish to get briefed for that release, we'll do a brief preview over the squawk in around about 20 minutes.
There's a lot of call buying coming in. Put buying is flattening right now. I kind of gave up on the privacy thing, mostly because
a bit more from Goldman Sachs chief. He says government spending, AI investments have dampened the impact of higher rates on the US economy.
Mostly because I started losing that fight. I could tell in my ads that I was being served that they're listening in on the phone, they're listening in on the TV.
Solomon describes the global economic environment as, quote, slow and sluggish.
They're listening in everywhere. Everything you're doing, they're listening. It's so pervasive in everything you have to use these days that I don't bother anymore. I resisted even a smart house for a long time But then I did end up getting a smart, or making this house that I just got, I did turn into a smart house, or it's in the process of becoming a smart house. It's about half a smart house right now. But I don't want AI. I don't need it. I'm on the whole bandwagon of I just want to like ask my smart house to turn something on and off. We use it for timers, for cooking. We use it for alarms, music. We have a music system, but sometimes we just want to hear some background noise. That's all I use it. Oh, I use it for the the temperature control. And then I use it for security cameras. I have security cameras outside and around my home. Nothing inside, but just on the outside. That's basically what I use it for. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I use Alexa for, or my smart house. Yeah, that's the data capture stuff. It's brutal. Like the first time I figured it out, my wife didn't believe me, and so I was like, "Watch, I'll start talking about." I was like, "Let's start talking about." You can just start talking about anything. Like, I talked to my wife about incontinence, that I wanted diapers, and we started getting ads for Depends. And she was shocked, and I was like, "I'm telling you, I'm like, you can talk about." So, and how there's two things here. How I figured it out was because my job took me around the country, living in different places, and I was living in New Mexico, and they started serving me ads uh, with people that were Hispanic. I kid you not. And then I moved to Detroit, and they kept serving me the Hispanic ads. Some of the ads were actually in Spanish. I kid you not. And now I get ads in Detroit from with African Americans. I kid you not. I shit you not. Because they now think that I'm African American. And so then I was talking to my wife. I'm like, I'm going to start talking about how I keep pissing and shitting myself, and watch, the ads will change. And about a day later, they changed to incontinence ads. Yeah, the SurfX. I noticed that recently. I just got some ads this week. I got some ads from uh, an interface that I have, an audio interface that I hadn't spoken about. And it was from typing. Yeah, 100% SurfX. They're tracking your typing too. And what's crazy too is I use a VPN a lot, and it's fascinating to see which companies don't allow me to use a VPN. Or how much you can't get done on a VPN. Or I guess the balls of some of these companies denying access over a VPN. SPOO's bleeding down right now, trading 530.59, bleeding into the hourly trigger, looking for a new low. Market's getting very quiet right now. We tagged our prior low already. Weakness early in the market right now. I was expecting more of a squeeze to the upside, not this down move, but we can see already quite easily that the rug is being pulled on Bookmap. Now trading 530.56. We've had to block VPNs because we get nation state actors. It was a compliance issue, especially with anything relating to stores of value. I bet that's true. Optimizer saying that, or Optimize is saying that right now. Weakness in the market early. We're bleeding again, trading 530.18. Boy, oh boy. Targeting right now 529.74, 529.70, and 529.20 down here. Second time today dropping bombs in the marketplace. Watch it go right now. Woo! Woo! 529.95. God damn. Blood in the marketplace for a second time today. Just wiping out all of these bulls. Getting taken for a ride right now. I don't know what that is. Bulls getting blooded all day long today. This does, even if we go up, this hurts a bull, right? This is brutal for a bull to experience right now. Bull's getting hammered. Couldn't even imagine being long all week long outside of a spread and just watching premium just fucking get smoked as we go up. Ooh, look at that. Woo! Oh, ooh.
And trading sources just pointing out a bit of flow. Looks like a flattening trade that took place around about ago.
Oh,
It looks like about 19, or just shy of 20,000 of the 2-year at 101.19.8 against about 5,500 of the long bond for June 2024 at 117.18.
Oh. 1:40 in the afternoon right now. Ooh. Man. Fuck. Oh boy.
TMUS, T-Mobile. It says it is adjusting prices in response to rising costs. That's according to the company's post on Twitter. T-Mobile, TMUS, adjusting prices to respond to rising costs.
Oh man. Oh, I thought my camera was on. Sorry, guys. I didn't know my break time shit was still on there. Ooh. No zipple for you today. Ooh. Ooh. UVXY. You mean to chart out get a gas for you too, natty gas? Whoa. Oof. Oof. UVXY. UVXY is broken, dude. Everybody says that though, don't they? Oh, UVXY with a little dippage going on there. What are you doing, UVXY? Whoa, UVX. Whoa. Whoa, UVXY, what are you doing? What are you doing down there? Whoa, UVXY, what's going on? Whoa! UVXY pumping. Oh! Can I chart out UVXY? Fucking, I got bears in the chat today. Bears showing up today. Oh! Let's leave UVXY up there for a minute. Keep clothes on there, boys and girls. You know what I hate these days? Bears don't tip. Bulls always tip when we're going up, but when you tell a bear it's going to bleed, they never fucking tip you. Whoa! Little bit of blood coming in there.
Bit of engine news from Norway. Troll A expected to restart on 23rd May, according to the Power Exchange.
Call buying crowded. Don't worry, the banks told you everything was going to be great today. Banks told you everything was going to be fine.
Glencore and Rusal extend their aluminium supply contract into 2025, according to a source cited by Reuters.
What is this?
And that extension, due to the fact that
I don't want any new
amount traded so far has amounted to a fraction of the
S-Dow popping up. S-Dow sprouting it. Now people are blaming it on the bond auction. They're blaming the bond auction for this price action. Oh my fucking God. I fucking kid you not. Kid you not. Yeah, it was the bond auction that did it. Cool story, right, Nito? Oh, trading under 530 right now. Woo! little bit of blood coming in. Oh, sweep the low.
We have around 10 minutes now to the top of the hour, and we will get the FOMC meeting minutes. At that May meeting, the Fed left rates unchanged at between 5.25 and 5.5% as expected, and it announced a higher than expected tapering of its QT program, where the monthly cap on Treasury runoffs will be reduced from 60 billion to 25. That 25 was a little bit lower than the expected 30 billion for reference. They also, with the monthly redemption cap on agency debt and agency MBS, that was maintained at 35 billion. The Fed continues to note that inflation has eased over the last...
A little bit more. We got a little bit more to go here.
...months. There has been a lack of further...
Take that bad boy out right there. Just hot sauce that one right there. Come on, a little bit more.
Events since that meeting, PPI and CPI have signaled that core PCE, which is of course the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation, will ease in April. That said, officials still want to see several months of constructive inflation readings before any change in policy stance can be endorsed. The recent commentary has taken on a cautious tone both on rate cuts as well as on inflation progress. And just for those who want a bit more detail about what we saw at that meeting, please refer to the primer on the newsfeed.
Can we go lower? Fuck yeah, dude, we can go lower. The briefs, I told you we're going down.
Just a quick look at Fed pricing going into this.
I told you 1 p.m. today. What time is it right now?
Basis points of rate cuts through the end of this year. The first fully discounted...
Fucking told you on Sunday.
...for November. Just looking forward to that June meeting. A mere 1 basis point price, so we're pretty much expecting unchanged there.
We go lower? Yeah, we at least want to take this out. At least want to take that low out. This is the morning low, right? I think that's the morning low down here. Fuck yeah, 2%. Fucking A right, 2%. That shit's on board. We can easily trade minus 2% by 4:30. Does it guarantee that it's going to happen? No, but is it possible? Fuck yeah, it is. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. I'm serious. I'm not fucking around. You got it. It's the power of expiration is what it is. You got it. You got it. You got it right there. Vixperation, baby. Whole thing is lined up for. Ooh, we're primed. It's not guaranteed that it happens, but we already went over it yesterday at 2:30 in the afternoon. You guys, I laid the fucking thing out, the whole book for you. Yesterday's stream, 2:30 in the afternoon. I laid this shit out for you. I went from A to Z and said boom, 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 boom. So you got it. I gave you the thesis. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I think someone in stream yesterday said, thank you for not being a furu and explaining yourself in full. And I did. I explained it in full for you. Autoerotic Vixperation, baby. Like literally out of middle of nowhere. And this happens in the reverse as well. If we were on a low right now and expecting one more leg down, out of the blue, you'd be up like 2% in a day for no reason given. Vixperation is the reason. Vixperation is the reason. Not the bond market, not your fucking FOMC minutes, not a fucking report. Look at Q's, dude. Q's just got hammered. Woo! Hammered. Oh, Q's taking it again. Whoa. Q's getting blooded once again right here. Woohoo! Oh boy. Can't wait to post Sunday's fucking market brief for the week on Friday. Oh boy. Can't wait to make that public. Woo! Thank you, sir. May I have another? There is an upside to this, though. If you're a bull, you're going to be rewarded with a beautiful dip buy. A gorgeous dip buy. You're going to be the patient bull that gets yourself a sweet-ass dip. It's going to be hot sauce. You're going to be a happy, happy bull. Not one of them FOMO bulls, right? You're not one of them FOMO bulls. You're one of them dip buying fucking bulls, right? Always waiting for fucking weakness in the market. As a matter of fact, we've got a new account here for you guys. We've got a Robinhood account. I put $1,000 on it for you guys to control. And it looks like we might get a chance to spend some money today. So we have $1,000 for you to spend. If you're a regular here, I might go into the Discord at some point today and try to catch a poll from you guys. I'm going to try to make a poll if I can, or even just ask you in the chat maybe. When do you think we should buy a dip with that money? We'll do like an ad hoc kind of a poll, and I'm going to ask you at some point today, do you think we should buy this dip? And we'll go all in on a trade. Right now, buy the dip. Oh, no. 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 Oh, that's a good one right there. BMIX 26 made a good point. After NVDA tanks, give it 3 days and then buy the dip. That's a good one. I like that suggestion. It's getting better. You're warming up. I like that. I'm interested to see where we are at 4:15 to 4:14 today. I'm interested to see where we are. I'm interested to see where the market is at that time, right? Did we drop 2%? Or are they waiting for the rest of it for that report? I'd like to see a good 2% drop, 1.6, 1.7, somewhere in there. If we see that drop, I'd be interested. I don't know if that aligns with their report or not, but if it does, I'd be interested in that. Remember, this money is not mine. I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to give the winners of the best people that make the best suggestions, I'm going to be paying you guys, and then I'm going to be donating the rest of it to a good cause. So we're going to try to build an account 3 times to $25,000. I think we can do it. I'll be honest with you. I think we can do it. And we'll take that $75K and we're going to fucking donate it. We're going to melt your face off with that too. We're going to donate it to the stock market? Probably. Minutes come out in 2 minutes. We've got the news squawk up. If I see anything, I'll read it to you. Anything of importance. Let me get primed up and ready to go here. Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon says, I see 0 rate cuts in 2024. Friend of the show, Jedi Marcus, was like, the fuck do you mean, man? We all knew that. We all knew that in November.
Around 1 minute now till we get these FOMC minutes.
These fucking bankers, man. All right, you guys buying the dip here? You guys all buying 0 dates? Woo. Calls are expensive.
Ten seconds.
Remember that the volatility of the event will fall off if there's no bad news.
And participants at the April-May meeting assessed it would take longer than previously anticipated to gain greater confidence in inflation moving to sustainably to target. Various participants mentioned willingness to tighten policy further should risks to the outlook materialize and make such action appropriate. Many commented on the uncertainty about the degree of policy restrictiveness. The meeting assessed it would take longer than previously anticipated to gain greater confidence in inflation. Participants remarked future policy path would depend on incoming data, the evolving outlook and the balance of risk. Almost all supported decision to begin to slow the pace of the decline of the securities holdings. A few have supported continuation at the current pace. A couple said it would be useful to begin discussions of appropriate longer-run maturity composition of the portfolio. Almost all supported the decision to begin to slow the pace of the decline of the securities. It notes again. And elsewhere, participants noted that recent data had not increased confidence in progress. That's getting run a few times out here, so apologies for the repeat over here. So not really too much reaction. There was a bit of a knee-jerk downside in ES. Treasury is well within the range, however. A lot of this, remember, has been flagged up in recent commentary from Fed officials. Many had been suggesting that those recent remarks might trump these Fed meeting minutes. So just to recap on the main points over here, it would take longer than previously anticipated to gain greater confidence in inflation moving sustainably to 2%. Various participants mentioned willingness to tighten policy further should risk to the outlook materialize, and such action was appropriate. And they mentioned there was uncertainty about the degree of policy restrictiveness according to many of the participants, and the future path of policy set to depend on incoming data and the evolving outlook regarding the balance of risks. Again, much of this has been flagged up in key Fed official speeches of late.
Participants at the meeting assessed it would take longer than previously anticipated to gain greater confidence in inflation moving sustainably to 2%. Many participants commented on their uncertainty about the degree of policy restrictiveness. They're telling you that we may need to become more restrictive in the future. Various participants mentioned willingness to tighten policy further should risk to outlook materialize and make such action appropriate. So what they're telling you is you're not getting any rate cuts. Don't expect them. And you might actually be looking for rate hikes. So that's a hawkish tone in those minutes.
Been suggested by some officials. Some officials thought that longer run rates might be higher than previously thought. And some also worried that financial conditions were not sufficiently restrictive. So it does appear to be received moderately hawkishly by markets. We're just seeing a continuation of the downside in
it's hawkish
over here. ES off around about 15 points or so versus pre-announced levels. T-note futures, meanwhile, they tick lower by around about 3 ticks or so.
Come on down, Spoos. Come on down. Keep on coming. Keep on coming. You're not done. Get on down there. Touch it. Keep on coming. Keep on coming.
Meanwhile, just in terms of the market implied rates for the Fed's trajectory this year, very little change. November still the first meeting fully discounted for the cut, and around about 40 basis points of cuts priced this year by money markets.
NVDA getting blooded right now. Getting flushing out all call holders from today, and NVDA getting flushed. The VIX 9-day pumping right now. SDAO pumping right now. UVXY pumping right now. Local support being broken right now. We're now in volatility on SPOOs. Breaking briefly below 5,300 on SPY, or SPX, excuse me. We're now in volatility. Gamma Flip sits at 52.80. Buyers trying to step in right now. The bulls need to hold on here. Yeah, we need more. Yeah, we need some more rejection here. I'm watching this SPX down here. The buyer's still stepping in. Demand still stepping in right now.
And just in terms of market reaction, much of that knee-jerk down or hawkishness rather is just being pared away at the moment. Not really too much by way of new information contained within these minutes.
Come on, baby. You can do it. Come on down. Come on down. You can come down. Buyers still stepping in, at least on a half-hour basis. They're still buying here. SPX Gamma being bought, or the SPX still being bought on a half-hour basis right here. You want to see, if you're bearish, you want to see us get underneath 5,300. A little bit more SPX. Let's go. Well, if you wanted a dip to buy an NVDA, you got it. You got your chance. You want another chance to buy buy the dip for the NVDA report today. They're buying it right now on 935.97. You're getting a second chance, third chance to buy the dip on NVDA. VIX still climbing right now. Tasty keeps wanting me to fucking download some shit. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think we're going downtown. I'm with you, JBJ. I think we're going down fucking town today, brother. I think we're taking a fucking ride, I'll be honest with you. I think I haven't made that clear enough yet. But we can turn it around. How do you know if you can buy a dip here? Do you want to know when you can buy a dip? I can tell you if you want to know. If you want to buy a dip, you're not safe buying one right now. You would want to see something like that. Something like that. And this. You can buy that dip. But that dip you cannot buy. Too dangerous. Low probability of winning. I mean, you get like a 15% chance of winning this. Of getting that. 15% of this going to there. Your chances increase like 35 to 50% here. If you get a new high and back test successfully, though, your rate of win here goes to like 85 and higher. So you really can't. This is all just gambling, buying the dip here. Now, you can trade inside of this zone and you'll be fine. Like, you can trade just this. But we're not even above the 5 or the 1 minute trigger yet. So you got no trade here yet to even take the 1 to the 5 minute trigger. You got to wait for price to get above the 1 minute trigger. And of note, the 1 minute trigger is still very vertical still. Normally, you'd want to see the 1 minute trigger start turning. At least see the 1 minute trigger start, instead of being so vertical, begin to turn. To at least even imply that we're going up yet. So, no trade to the upside just yet. Price isn't even above it yet, so would like to at least see price get above the 1 minute trigger to buy a dip. Still bearish here. Next target to the downside, 52,740. Unless there's some kind of like recovery above the 1 minute trigger. And you got a new low down here, too. I would have liked to have seen price stop right there. When I draw these in, I draw them to find out if we hold it or if we break through it. When you break through it, it's bearish. So everything is still bearish right now. If you don't know that, I'm telling you. So still no go here. If you, Uncle JBJ, if you see that 30-minute, if you see that 30-minute cross in the next half an hour, we're going down, brother. Big time. Depths of hell. Depths of hell, brother. Oh, oh, nope. It's about to happen. It's about to happen right now. Did they just do it? We're not there yet. We haven't crossed yet. No cross yet. Maybe we can put the fire on it. Hold on here. Let's see if we can give it a little help. I'm going to watch here in the background to see if there's any increased put buying. In our Discord, we have a premium bots that'll show you if this move will become amplified with increased put buying, which dealers will have to chase. Put buying ramping right now. Yield catching a bid. Dixie's still bullish on the on a half an hour basis. HYG getting taken down. HYG trading 77.07. It can easily trade 76.80. Easily. Get out. Don't be trying to buy a dip here if you're a bull. If you follow me and you're a bull, do not fucking buy calls here. Do not. Market bleeding again, trading 528.47. Price target 527.40. Market bearish on threats of rate increases. Hawkish tone in the minutes. A change from previous Fed statements. SPY breaking S2 right now. S3 right where I've got this yellow bar. 2 sigma move right here. New low. One-minute trigger still near vertical here. 5-minute trigger crossed the 1 minute, the 5-minute trigger crossed the hourly trigger. Keep an eye on the clock right now. The next 7 minutes, you might see the half-hour trigger cross that hourly trigger. If you're not a follower of this show, we laid this out for you on Sunday. We've been following it all week long into today. So if you ever want to join us and know before it happens, anybody out there tells you can't have a crystal ball, that's bullshit. Doesn't always go your way, but you can have a crystal ball, I assure you. I assure you, you can have a crystal ball. Pretty close. Not exact, but, pretty goddamn close. Trading S2 right now, 528.48. If you are trying to at least buy a dip, wait until we at least get above the 1 minute trigger. 1 minute trigger still near vertical right now. Another note here, we're trading below the local support in SPX. So you're going to experience volatility. We're not in negative gamma as of right now, but we are in volatility. We're slightly below 5,300 we're in positive gamma right now, but we're not in local support right now. So we are below 5,300 currently. Gamma flip is at 52.80. Darth Moley having a party inside the Discord right now. All the bears are partying in the Discord right now. All the bears are partying. Shake a leg, bears in the Discord. Bears don't get a lot of celebrating, do they? They don't get a ton of celebrating. They don't get much celebrating, do they?
And folks, now that we've dispatched with the FOMC meeting minutes, attention is shifting towards Nvidia, and it's just worth noting that they are rolling at the moment into earnings after hours today. and that could just be putting some pressure on the indices at the moment. Not too sure. Some trying to frame it as a Fed read. I'm not too sure that's the case here, but we are seeing Negtic's Nvidia ahead of their earnings after hours today, which is, of course, the next major market catalyst.
Let's take a look-see at 30-minute velocity really quick. So we're just getting started here. We're just getting started.
And WTI futures settle $1.09 lower, 77.57 per barrel.
This is where I want to buy right here. Is that the one that I want to buy? No, that one right there. That's where I want to buy, right there. This is CaptainJimJames cheap call lot right here. So this is where I want to buy. I want to buy that fucker right there. That's what I want to buy. You guys don't want to see that, do you? Let's see where Cappy wants to buy. Whoop. CaptainJimJames cheap call lot. Come on down and see me. Dirt cheap calls coming up. Who wants cheap calls, baby? Give me those cheap calls. I fucking love my job. I really do. I don't know if they'll give it to me, but that's where I want to buy it. That's where I'm hoping they send it so I can buy it down there. I would be like, if we went down there between now and the close at 4:15. Oh man, dude, it'd be like place a fucking call spread for like 3 weeks from now. Fucking go on vacation, come back in a few weeks. Fucking money, cha-ching, free, free money, literal free fucking money. Fucking vol whiz. Do 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 do. Just waiting.
Remarks from ECB policymaker Schnabel. If data confirms outlook, a June cut is likely. I don't think that's going to be a surprise to many people, particularly after the comments from ECB's Lagarde this week. Bit more
NVDA hanging on by a thread. Look at NVDA down there.
So that's ECB Schnabel, who has erred on the hawkish side. If data confirms outlook, June cut is likely. Really, what market's focusing on is the sequencing of cuts, with many suggesting that it won't be back-to-back.
What? Short seller? Jamiroquai is better than fucking Prince? Get the fuck out of here. Bullshit. Where's short seller ST?
Schnabel says inflation is likely to return to 2% without a recession.
Start.
for NWG NatWest Group. According to sources being cited by Reuters, government in the UK poised to scrap the proposed sale of taxpayer shares in NatWest to the general public following the election call.
Uh-oh. Am I getting yelled at here? The hooligans jumping out there. He's out in public right now. Everybody's running around. Market's just parked right now. We're sitting on this last level of support right here, just so you can see it right here, right? Let's go down here and show you this really quick. So just so you can see it right here, right? I'm going to show you a couple things here I want you to see. Okay. So SPX right now, right? This was the big move, okay? So this was the impulse move right here. So if you remember, if you think back, right? They blasted price down, right? And buyers had to show themselves right here. This moment you knew this is where the real buyers were, right? So we ended up blasting off from that, right? So where are the buyers right now is the question, right? Are they right here? And I don't think that they are. I'll be honest. I don't believe that. I think that's a lie. So, but I do think they're right here. I do think they're right about here. So where do I think the buyers are? I think they've moved up. The real buyers, real money. I think they're right about here. So if they're right here, if I think they're right here, and I don't actually believe that they're right here, I think they're right about there. And we have the ability to go down there because of volatility, right? That's where I think the real buyers are. So if I think the real buyers are down here and we're blooding like a motherfucker, and it's going to take time to get through this, right? There are buyers here. It's not that there isn't buyers here. There are. I mean, there are fucking buyers here, but these aren't the real buyers. See these buyers right here? These are Fugazi buyers. These are your fake ass bull top buying motherfuckers. And these buyers suck. They're the worst bulls you can find. So these buyers are bullshitters. Now, these bulls down here, they're not bullshitters. These guys down here make the price move. So the question becomes, where are they? Are they actually right here, or are they down here? And we don't know where they are yet. I think these buyers here are chubby chasers.
98 cents lower.
See them? They're right here.
90 per barrel.
They're partying over here, and they think they're going to make money, but there's no follow-through. See it? No follow-through. No follow-through. No follow-through. No follow-through. No follow-through. So if that's the case and these are bullshitters, we need to come down here and find out where the real buyers are. And they're likely right around here. Now, I could be wrong on that. I can be wrong. It's not like I'm right. But that's where I think they are, is down there. So how do we find out if I'm wrong? How do we find out if I'm wrong and the buyers are actually right here? How do I find out? I don't know. But I can show you how to find out if I'm wrong. You can just get rid of all this shit now. None of that matters. Burn through all those, right? Whoop, get rid of all that shit. No, you're a buyer saying, nope, Cap, this is the bottom, brother. Sorry. This yellow line right here, I'm using for the last stand for bulls. So bulls cannot give that up. Bulls cannot give up 527.34. If they do give it up, and we begin to reject under it, it's going to be a fast drop, I promise you. It's going to be fast as fuck. We're going to move, baby, to the downside. So this is kind of the last stand for bulls, right? So if you want to buy a dip here, this is still not the place to buy a dip. You want to see some positivity, don't you? You want to see price get above the 1 minute trigger, get a new high, and then you can catch that new high and trade it to right there. Only to the 5 minutes. Why only to the 5 minutes? If you do a 5 minute check back, they'll send that shit down there too. You can trade that if you like. You can take that trade right there, I should say, if you'd like. But it's still risky. Still fucking risky. Your best bet here, if you had one, would be to what? Trade that. You could trade that. That's a sexy trade. But, you come down here. Come on up over there. Boom, catch a new high. That's a good sign right there, right? Come back down in here, wallow along. Your hour and half hour trigger stays up there. Take that trade. For that trade right there, that's a good trade. I still wouldn't be bullish here, though, because we're below the hourly trigger, aren't we? But, you could take that trade. They reject it down here. Once we get up here, though, I'd be more bullish for a bigger trade above where we are. Until we get there, though, there's danger for you. But this is the last stand for bulls. Now, how do you break down below this support here? Like, how does a bear get down here? They're likely going to need bearish momentum to help them out, right? They're going to need the 5 minute trigger to come down. They're going to need the rejection of the 5 minute trigger to break down. So we'll pay attention to this and watch it. We traded the entire 1 minute trigger down. We're likely going to see a check to make sure that we are actual sellers. So you'll see price right now. You're going to see a nice little squeeze up here. Whoop. And we're going to find out if we're really selling or not. If we're really selling, you will see a rejection. And they will send it down below. Let's watch this as it plays out together, okay? If you wanted a quick calls, watch the premium and make sure the premium's kicking in too. So 530 C's trading 77 cents. One minute flattening a little bit. Half-hour trigger's about to cross the hourly trigger. Should get a nice squeeze here. Bulls cannot lose 527.34. They lose 527.34 and begin to reject it. We can go through it for a moment, but if we begin to reject it, we're gonna have a fucking elevator to the ground floor. Fucking straight on down. A whole lot of elevator down there. Keep your eyes on call premium. No call buyers yet that I can see. Still no call buyers out there.
For PARA Paramount. Just note, Charles Gasparino of Fox News just tweeting that a Paramount debt holder with insights into Shari Redstone's thinking says the deal she still prefers is Skydance. And whether that happens is still the big question, Gasparino says, since the litigation risk is large.
These are one-day call buyers. I'm looking for an uptick here.
He adds the Sony
Not
deal
seeing it yet.
originally constructed, likely to face too many regulatory.
Still buying puts.
With Gasparino citing a Paramount debt holder.
Pelosi cat cam. I've never seen that. I got to watch that. Are you getting long? Let me ask you guys some questions. Are you guys getting long here or no? Yeah, you're getting long right now? No, you're not probably stupid. Just make sure that you're not long below this yellow line. You can get long here. Just have some tight stops. Just don't get blooded below this yellow line right here. Yeah, me neither. Everything that I'm looking at saying not yet. Everything that I'm looking at says don't go long yet. Yeah, that's what I want to see too. I want to see those calls start coming in. If they keep ramping the put buying, dealers are going to chase price down. You know that, right? So puts are still ramping. Dealers are forced to chase those puts until the put buying flattens out a little bit and the call buying ramps up a little bit. I would expect. I want the put buying to slow down. They're still buying puts right now. So I'm not comfortable here personally. No, this is just aggregate puts coming in. Like, you know, total puts coming into the market. If you see like just huge put flow coming into the market, dealers will have to chase that shit. If it flattens out a little bit, they don't have to chase it any longer, and they'll hedge it by buying the market. They'll counter the trade. I think, you know what I should be watching right now is NVDA to see if that shit's going to turn around or not. One of you guys should check NVDA flow and see if they're buying calls right now or not. VIX on a tear right now. VIX 9-day on a tear right now. SDOW still has a bid. Closing the gap right now on SDOW. Tesla still on track. Nothing broken on Tesla yet. Silver down 4%. Woo! Woo-wee! Silver, baby. Let's look at silver really quick. UVXY still positive. Let's look at. No. Stop. Let's check silver really quick. Woof. Silver getting shanked. $2:58 in the afternoon. Have an hour left. Power hour, baby. Next up, we've got right here. See if we can catch a nice fucking buy on the bell. I'm hoping we fucking blood this shit right into 415. Just blood this fucker straight down to the depths of hell. Buy some calls. Come back on Tuesday. Come back on Tuesday and just fucking print some free money. Safety, baby.
So, folks, just a quick look at market dynamics at the moment. My colleague, one of my a market source rather, is just pointing out some flow. Looks like some steepening in the Treasury space. About 16,000 of the ZT for June at 101.91 against about 6,500 of the TN for June 2024 at 112.10. And this is steepener, and we have been seeing shorter end yields just picking up a little in recent trade. It does seem to be supporting the dollar, and some of the precious metals just coming under a bit of pressure on the back of that as well.
Yeah, yield's pumping right now. Yield wants to fucking rip. Yield wants to fucking rip. What do I think about the really low volume? It usually makes the market move. I like low volume. But we're coming into a week of vacation for Wall Street, so it's expected for flows to slow down. That's what I assign it to. It's just people going on vacation. Everybody's going out to the Hamptons. Everybody's going on vacation for a week. Matter of fact, everybody leaves tomorrow for, not everybody. Some people are already on vacation, but tomorrow morning, this is the last day of the week for a lot of professional traders. This is their last day right now. 4 o'clock, we close it up. Hopefully they can place their trades, and they come back next Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday and come back in to their offices and start their flows. Their flows. Their flow will start back up again. Yeah, GME is looking good today. Do we have it up right now? I was watching it earlier. Let's bring up GME again. I was watching GME earlier here in another screener. Oh, yeah, it is pumping. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, this looks real good. I like it. GME. Just a heads up here on GME. But let's get out here and look at this one. So GME, right? I hate when you get a new high over the hourly trigger and it fails, right? This is why we talk about this, right? I'm always looking for a new high, right? No new high right here, but you did get one just now. Check that out. I like seeing this. I like the stunk when you get over the, whoa. I like the stonk when you get over the hourly trigger and then you catch a new high. Right now you have 3, 4. You also have triggers crossing to the upside right now. So I'm kind of bulled up on GME right now. Someone mentioned it in stream. Yes, I am bullish on GME here. Oh, yeah. Do a halfback trade on this? Definitely. Bullish on GME. This is very productive right now. Have stops below 21.73. But I am bullish on GME right now. I like the stonk to own it. Dip buyers stepping back in on NVDA. Whoa. Do you want me to check the? Do you want me to check the GME call flow right now or no? Who was asking for that? Do you want me to check the call flow? I'll check it right now. Hold on. Yeah, NVA does not look good. Nvidia does not look good right now. You're catching a roll down right now. Not fully concerned yet, but I don't want to see it get rejected. Oh. I think we're gonna get shanked into the close. I'll be honest with you. I'm not too bear. I'm not bullish personally here, but I wish we would have blooded it right now. I want the blood. I'd feel more confident buying calls here. I don't like buying calls here. NVDA ends up being sell the news. Then you wake up tomorrow morning and Spoos is down another 30 fucking points. I wish it could have blood. Like my preference here would be that we would blood this today, just so I could buy calls, and I'd feel better about Nvidia's earnings too. Believe it or not, I know you don't want to hear that, but I would prefer to buy Nvidia earnings down here. Yeah, I think it does. Well, no. So my thesis here would be, I would prefer to. You have to understand that there's an expectation that they're going to report great earnings, right? So that's not good enough, is it? Right? You can't have an expectation that they're going to have great earnings and they have to like blow them out of the water. And they need more than that. So they need a split and they need some buybacks, something. They need something more. Or you need price low enough that you can have a good report and have the market carry NVDA up. Can't like have NVDA priced at the fucking max. It's priced in, right? So feel more comfortable buying a dip on NVDA if we continue to sell into this close. I don't like it here. Personally, I don't. Because you're like now you're trading based on no information, right? I don't like trading on no information. I like to know things before they happen, right? And price those things in as they come to fruition or be aware of the possibility. And I didn't like NVDA today heading into the price we were at, whether we were trading 530, 532, 535, doesn't matter. I don't like it. It's not where you make your money. You make your money on lows. So you're always looking for like bloodbaths. That's where I make my money. Where all my like big money making is always on doom and gloom. So the more doom and gloom you have, the better off I am. My bank account's better off with doom and gloom, believe it or not. I don't mind trading zero dates and all that kind of stuff, but I like trading zero dates. I have fun. Keeps me gambling. Keeps me fucking in the market. All that kind of stuff. But to make money, real money, it's always in doom and gloom. Always. It's the safest trade you can make. If you buy the market, you can put enough time on it, and it's going to go back up, right? So just me personally, I like blood as a bull. I'm a bull, and I fucking love doom. The more doom, the better. In my viewpoint. Top buying, I hate it. Can't stand it. I always like to be in that like low position and feel confidence in the trade. Right, exactly, Oda Nabunga. $3.12 right now. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go potty real quick. I've been pounding water and coffee. Give me 15 minutes until 3:30, and I'll be right back with you guys. Oh, yeah, baby. Bring it back down to daddy. Oh, yeah. Bring it on down to daddy down there. Come on down to Captain Jim's. Use call lot. Come on down to Captain Jim's. Use caller lot, baby.
Paid
Woohoo!
media publishers for AI training data, according to Business Insider.
Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Oh, yeah, blood. Oh. Yes. Oh, just do it for me. Come on, Bears. You can do it, Bears. Bring it on down for daddy. Oh, just do it. Just let it all out. Give up your calls. Oh, I forgot about that. Robinhood closes 0 dates. Oh, yeah, kick out the Robinhooders. I'll post that right now. God. Kick them out. Fucking buyers again. Goddamn buyers. I'm a bull. I just want shit cheaper. I want cheap. Give it to me cheaper than that. Fucking A, man. That's not good, by the way. That's bullish. No new low on SPY. higher low. There's a low, higher low. That's all good for bulls. That's bullish. Bullish. Yield rolling over slightly right now. Let's see what this 5-minute thing does. Come on, 5-minute. Send him down to the depths of hell. Bull's doing the Greek stand. All I want is some cheap fucking calls. I want like cheap calls. Come back on Wednesday, turn them in, get my money. Just a note for you right now. It's 3:26, right? I'm going on vacation. Tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. I'll be back for the weekend. On Monday for Tuesday's open. A few notes here on this topic. Number one, you are going to get the stream tomorrow and Friday, but I will not be hosting it, but the stream will be here for you. Number two, you will get a market brief from me today or tonight between now and like 6 or 7 o'clock, although I might put it off. I like to put the briefs off until 9 p.m. I like to see what the market's doing until about 9 o'clock or right around 9 o'clock at nighttime. So just be aware of that. You will get a brief that will be good for Thursday and Friday. You'll get another brief from me on Monday for Tuesday. If anything crazy happens, I will know about it. But I mean like crazy, like the market starts to go down to the depths of hell and we don't anticipate it. Anything that's out of the norm, and I will update. So if there's anything crazy, you will get an update. If it's anything out of line from expectations, you will get an update from me. So I don't want you to think that I'm ever going to leave you hanging or anything like that. But there will be times when I'm unavailable. Over the weekend is my point. But I am taking a vacation. I'm a little crusty and salty. I haven't had a break in many months. No break, no week off. I haven't had a week off in a long time. So I'm going to take a week off and try to refresh, recharge. I was supposed to go on a bike trip, but my kids, I found out that one of my children has a commitment they can't get out of. So I think I'm going to movement over the weekend, and then I'm going to try to just get away from the screens, just get away from the fucking screens and not pay attention all day long. So I'm trying to get away from the screens, trying to refresh for you so that you have me in my best capacity. It's good for you to have me take breaks rather than not have breaks and just be like gnawing on it day in, day out, grinding it. Makes me a better trader too overall. So someone's saying check out Moderna right now, mRNA. Myrna. So just a heads up that that's happening over the next 2 days. I would ask you too that as we come into this weekend, try to get away, touch some grass, get off the screens. The next break isn't until 4th of July. So, it's a nice time period to not be chasing the grind. If you're making money, you can take breaks. If you're blowing up a paycheck every week, that's the only people that are going to be left here over the weekend as we head into Friday. So try to get that break in if you can. So for expectations quickly before the close today. So we had our first leg down as of right now, right? We had our first leg down. What did I want to say to you? We had our first leg down. I still think that we're going down. I want you to know that. I don't think, as of right now, that this is going to continue to go up. I really got, I'm not going to lie to you. I think this sells into the bell. And my price target is still valid, in my view. So, if you want to know what I think happens after the bell today, unless something unknown happens, I have a price target still down below of 523.50. Now, I can be wrong on this, and I am wrong a lot. So if we are able to get above the hourly trigger and backtest it properly, I'd be a call buyer once again with confidence. But for right now, I think we're going down. Even though we're going up right now at this moment, I think it's going to reject either the 5-minute or the hourly trigger, and we're going to make another leg lower, in my viewpoint here. And I do think that regardless of what the NVIDIA results are, not regardless, but I don't think it impacts SPY until tomorrow. And I don't know if we're going to get a split or not, so I can't crystal ball that shit. There's no way for me to tell you what's going to happen with NVDA outside of what's expected. So if you want to know from me, do I think they split? I think there's a good chance of it, but it's not based on anything that I know or can extrapolate that that's going to happen. So I can't give you an idea on that. I'm not going to crystal ball it and tell you that I have a good answer to that because I don't. What else do I have to say about NVDA? Nothing else. But I do think we make the leg lower. I think we are going to roll this down into tomorrow. I wish we had rolled it down today so that I could play some calls and go on vacation and not worry about it. But I do think that we reject this hourly trigger right here, this squeeze right now. I think we're going to reject this. But that's my take. So I will give you that. Brief tonight, showing you the rejection up here on the hourly trigger for more downside to come into the close and into tomorrow. If we do get above the hourly trigger, we make the new highs and that kind of stuff, I'd get bullish once again. But until that happens, I've got no trade for you, or I'm not taking a bullish trade in any of that kind of stuff. What else do I got for you here? I think that's it. Split soon, yeah. I'm bearish here. So, other than that, until we get that hit down below, I don't think these are real buyers. They could be. It's possible that they're real buyers. Check what? AMC? Woo! AMC moving right now off their hourly trigger. Trading 517, looking to do a halfback trade to 674, baby. 674. Whoop, wrong one. Where'd they go? Where did AMC go? AMC cranking right now. Trading 514, price target 674 on AMC. What else do I have for you guys? I think that's it. I think that's all I have for you between now and Tuesday. The one thing I would say to you is try to take a break. If you're bullish where I'm not, put on your call spreads. Come back on Tuesday. Don't look at them, and put some time on them, put a week or two on them, and then come back and check on them. What else can I say to you guys? I think that's it. I think that's all I got for you guys. Am I bullish on the market in general? Yes. So I don't want you to think that I'm bearish on the market. I'm just looking for that nice steep low. Am I bullish to the upside? I absolutely am. We're gonna trade 550. So I think we trade that. I think we trade that 535. I think we trade 540 and 550 before we get a real major correction. So I am bullish overall in the long term, but in the short term, I still want a better low than where we are right now at this moment. What else do I got to say? I think that's it. I think that's all I got for you guys. I think that's all I got for you guys until I take a break. There will be people watching, so you'll have support in the Discord. There's people will be supportive in the Discord, admins and moderators. Joe Donut, Bork, all those guys are going to be around, so should be good. But dude, take a break. If you're out there watching the show, take a break, please. Take a break. To the trailer park. Fuck yeah, I love the trailer park. I love the trailer park. I love that whole gang. Gangster traders. What looks good for a call spread for next week? Something in the money. Something in the money. 530, 525s or something like that. 520, 535, or 528, 530s or 525, 530s. Easy trade. Easy trade. Well, you figure my low here that I want is not too far away, 523. So even if we do roll it down, it should come back. Even if we get this second leg lower and then we come higher, you'll still get that print above 528. I think we also come back on Monday and Tuesday. We're right back where we were, trying to trade 535. So I'm not in any way like permanently bearish or anything. This is more a call buying operation, a cheap call buying, an attempt for cheap call buying. I always like them cheap. What else do I have for you? I think that's it. I think that's all I've got for you guys. Are any of you taking a vacation? Let me ask you that. Are any of you guys taking a vacation? Either tomorrow or Friday? Any of you guys going to do that stuff? You going to the cabin? Nice. Anybody going Mexico City's pimping? Oh man, Switzerland, dude. I know a guy going to Switzerland. Italy, I love Italy too. I like Italy and Spain. That's a great vacation. That's an outstanding vacation. That's a great, great vacation. I need a vacation like that. Yeah, I think Jedi's going to Switzerland. I could be wrong on that, but I think he is too in a couple weeks. You got where else? Wait, WWE SummerSlam, right on, right on. Just got back from Cancun, right on. Colorado hiking, Japan in July, going to be hot. Barcelona. What's that restaurant in? I think they closed it. There's a restaurant in Spain I love, but they closed it. Ibuli, Albali. I think that guy closed it and retired though. I think COVID did him in. Any of you guys know Ibuli by any chance? You guys ever hear about that place? Yeah, you've heard about it. Like the food in southern Italy, Spain's got bomber food. Oh man, just chilling. It's not even chilling. It's just the I don't know what it is about like Italy, but it's so much more relaxed. Staying local, going to the favorite taco place. I'm going to I think I'm going to Movement. It's one of the oldest
BA Boeing
electronic festivals in the
deliveries to
U.S.
China have been delayed in recent weeks due to Chinese review of batteries used in cockpit voice recorder, according to a source cited by Reuters.
Going to the gym, right on, staying fit.
Boeing put out a statement. Boeing is working with Chinese customers on timing of deliveries as regulators complete review of batteries in cockpit voice recorder unit. It's via Reuters.
I wanted to go on a bike ride on this vacation to keep fit or like get out there and do stuff, but I'm not able to do that. So what I'm gonna end up doing, I think, is just do dancing all week, 3 days of it at least. Got your Enfield running? Hell yeah! I forget his name. The Zipple guy. That was funny, wasn't it? You guys want me to play that again for you? Hold on, I'll play it one more time right now. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'll play it right now for you. That stuff's too funny. The guy's name is Andrew Russo. I'll play it right now. Hold on here. So his take here is that if you're the American people, do you want stimulus, right? You want stimmy money? No.
Let's check. I'm in a really bad spot right now. I don't know what to do. Gosh, I wish I could, but maybe in like a few months. But pull yourself up by those bootstraps. Maybe you shouldn't have bought all that avocado toast or that new iPhone. Now fuck off. Okay. Oh, poor baby, what happened to you?
Hedge funds.
People underwed it, and the social media made us lose all our money. What do you need? What can I do to make it better? Could you help me like you did in 2008? I only need like 5 or 10 or 15 billion. You want to suckle on my zipple? Can I have some zipple? Come here, get a little zipple. Here, have as much as you want. Drink up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I tried to help him. Can I have some zipple, too? Daddy has 2 zipples for you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, do you think I can get another stimulus check? I'm in a really bad spot right now. I don't know what to do. Gosh, I wish I could, but maybe in like a few months. But, pull yourself up by those bootstraps. Maybe you shouldn't have bought all that avocado toast or that new iPhone.
So fucking terrible. It's solid gold, isn't it? So the numbers release for NVDA is after 4:15, right? It's 5 p.m. I know that the actual guidance is at 5 p.m., but is the numbers 4:20. Thank you for saying that. So the numbers releases at 4:20, not or at 4:20. Okay. I wonder if we'll bleed down until 4:15. Maybe you'll see NVDA get some blood action going, and then there's a dip to buy in SPY at 4:15. Should we stick around until 4:15? I'm wondering if they blow, like if they, you come into the earnings and like 4 o'clock, they send it down to the depths of hell briefly. You buy that dip. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah, I'm thinking that same thing, boys and girls. I'm thinking that same fucking thing. Blood this fucker right down to 4:14. Bam, buy some fucking calls. I'm with you on this. Oh, yeah. Oh, am I going to get a plan together here? We're putting a plan together, aren't we, boys? Oh, yeah. Ooh. My zipple's getting hard. Oh, yeah. Rub it. Oh, yeah. Ooh, come on down there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The zipple zone. Oh, God. I can't believe it. It's so disgusting. Be so nice, wouldn't it? Just drop it right down into the bell. Just blood this fucker. Oh, yeah, we need Shamat back, don't we? Just blood this bad boy straight down to the depths of hell down here. Quick 15-minute flush. Just flush it. Just big old fat flush. Force all these buyers to come back in and buy again. Force them all come back in one more time and buy it all one more time. Just flush them. A little bit of blood here in VIX. VIX stalling out. VIX 9-day stalling out right now. Dixie coming into some resistance at 105.04. HYG forming a bottom. 10-year yield still bullish. The only way I can see to trade the only thing that I can think of to trade earnings for NVDA would be maybe we can get NVDA to bleed out into the bell, and then you synthetically trade it. You synthetically trade it through Qs or SPY. Hopefully SPY would go down into like 414. If you're bullish on NVDA, you would wait to buy at that time right before the numbers drop. We'll stick around, though, for those numbers. I want to see them. Someone get a non-voting Fed governor to a podium somewhere. Too funny. Where's Kashkari? I'd feel more confident buying it then, too. I mean, that's my whole thing here is like I'm bullish here, but just not on price. I'm bullish. I just don't want to buy fucking... You know what I don't want to do, right, is like buy calls right here and then have it blast down. You know, like buy some calls and then have this bullshit happen where my calls go to fucking a penny. Like, let's say buy calls for $1, right? They bleed those fuckers down here to like 25 cents. You know, they come back on Monday and or Tuesday and they're worth 50 cents, right? Fuck you too. You got it right, asshole, but you didn't get paid. That's how they like to do this shit. So I gotta wait here. It doesn't bear shit in the woods. Absolutely, we'll pump. We won't pump today. Typically, we'll pump after. Tomorrow, we'll pump.
And a bit more here from...
Oh, yeah. SPY can go down fucking 30 points right now.
One is that we do not get...
Without even blinking.
Low and stable.
Without even blinking, we can go down. shit, we can go down at 420. We can go at 420 if we get a bad report. This fucker's going downtown. Elevator. How long have I been streaming for? I started streaming 3 years ago, I think. 3 years ago. 4 years ago, somewhere in there. 4 years ago. Got Bitcoin. How are you? Nice to meet you, by the way. Long time, or I guess that's a long time. 4 years ago. And what's happening right now? A little bit of blood, huh? Am I streaming through tonight's ER? No. Well, I'll stream through the. I'm going to stream through the release at 4:20, but I don't think I'll be here for the guidance at 5 p.m. I won't be here. But 4:14, I'm looking to buy a dip down there. So at 4:14, if we can get low enough, I am going to buy the dip down there. I want to see some blood. So I'll stick around for the blood into 4:14 this afternoon. I'll buy some calls on SPOOs.
Balance around 3 billion on the sell side.
Probably right on 4:14 I'll be buying calls. Does the price of gold go up once they stop cutting rates? Gold will track with the market. When they start cutting rates, I am not on team market goes up with rate cuts. I'm not on that team right now. Options are open until 4:15. So what we do here is this. Let me explain to you. Got Bitcoin. What we do here a lot of times is this. I don't like trading. I like trading earnings before we ever get to them. So like a run up into earnings, either selling it or buying it. Okay. When we get into the actual ER of a company, normally I prefer strangles or straddles, or selling those options. I don't like the idea of selling options right now on Nvidia because I think it could really go really high, go really far down in the dumpster outside of expected ranges. So my personal favorite way to trade a big tech company on earnings day is to synthetically trade it through an index. Why? Because I can get out before you can trading the stock directly. So let's say we have a great earnings in NVDA, right? We get a great earnings. We have beats across the board, right? And you see it moon. I can buy a dip usually after hours, trade that entire rip, get out, take my money and run.
Scenario: Petrobras paying 100% of its extraordinary dividend.
And even if we have like a miss on guidance, or Elon says something stupid, or it's a take the money and run type situation, which Nvidia is, you don't wake up tomorrow or on Monday and find that it's traded all the way back to its original price, or the next morning, right? You see that a lot of times, right? They take the money and run before you ever get back the next morning. Your thesis was right, but you don't get paid, right? You get IV crush, you get event crush, all that stuff. So you can't trade Nvidia with options until 4:30 or 4:15. You can do it through indexes. We've made a ton of money here doing that. We've traded all these big ERs after hours for about 15 minutes. Make 200, 300, 400% in 15 minutes. Does Dixie go up or down during a rate cut? Dixie should go up. Dixie should go up. Well, I shouldn't say that. Hold on here. That's a misnomer as well. Dixie if Dixie goes too low, it can be bad for the market as well. I shouldn't make that statement. That's not exactly true. If we get a market crash, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. The problem here is that, or not a problem, but I'm not going to discuss it. It's a long ass conversation. I discuss it on the show all the time. I just don't want to do it right now, right before the close. But if you stick around or come back, ask me on Tuesday. I'll go through the entire thing with you. It's a long discussion. It takes like an hour, 2 hours to discuss the mechanics of it all. Let's watch NVIDIA into the close here.
So, folks, just in terms of this evening's after-hours business, we do have a number of earnings. Of course, Nvidia is the highlight. Around 20 minutes after the close, it will come out if last time's report was anything to go by. So we are expecting that 4:20 Eastern, 20 minutes after the close. Elsewhere, we'll be keeping an eye on SNOW Snowflake, VFC VF Corp, SNPS Synopsys. And again, if you do want the earnings expectations, please
hold on a second, guys.
Research Suite. They're all over there. Before Nvidia's earnings, we will go through them, including any potential guidance that they could give it as well.
Do you guys want me to leave up? I can put on NVIDIA bookmap. I can do whatever you want. I can leave the stream up. If you guys want me to put up NVIDIA bookmap, I can do that. If you want me to leave the stream up, I can do that too, if you want to stick around and talk to each other. You want me to leave it up for you? I can do that. Yeah, no worries. I'll leave it up. I'll leave the stream up until the guidance is finished. Dala Ninja. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Delangina. We're trying to trade earnings for NVDA. No worries. No worries, guys. No worries. Done. Oh, hold on a second. Give me your, how about this? It's 3:57, 3 minutes left. I want you to tell me NVDA up or down? Up or down? Up or down inside the chat. NVDA up or down? You guys are calling for 1,000 right now. At least you're honest about being a salty bear. It's okay. Both. Zipple to all. You seem pretty, you guys seem pretty mixed. I'm seeing a lot of ups and a lot of downs. So pretty mixed bag here. 700. 1,100. Fuck. I'll put some bull music on for you right now. I'll put some on right now for you. I've got put some music on for you guys. I think we trade. All right, ready? So we've got a few minutes. We got how many minutes we got left? 2 minutes. You ready? I think we go up and we trade 970 on NVDA, and then they roll it. So there's my take. 970, and it comes back down on not poor guidance, but no split, no buybacks. There we go. So price target NVDA 970. SPOOS rips after hours. 970 called by CaptainJimJames. And then come back and buy the dip. You got it. Next week, you'll come back, buy the dip, and it'll go to 1,000. You got it. That's how it's going to happen. Just like that. Whoever said that just now knows that. They know what they're talking about. So here's my target right here. Here, we'll just delete all that. Here's CJJ's target, 970. There's my target right there. SPOO's climbing right now. And it sells off, too. You're going to come back on Tuesday, and it'll be lower. SPY now trading 530.29 on the bell. Trading the hourly trigger right now. You will also likely find out the earnings for NVDA here before anywhere else. That's another key point here. You will hear it here before you see it on Twitter. Normally, you'll get it here before. With this news squawker costs me like fucking $400 a month, and they will usually catch the ER before the data before it's released publicly. NVIDIA trading 950.46 currently. There shouldn't be any delay on Twitch. Are you guys getting a delay on Twitch? The time for me right now is 4:02. Hold on a second.
Sound check across all channels. Sound check across all channels.
I've got 4:02 p.m. Twitch is live? Okay. Yeah, Twitch is your best way to watch me. YouTube has a native delay of about 15 seconds. That's native to YouTube. Twitch should be pretty close to real time. Yeah, Twitch is amazing. It has to do with your internet connection. On my end, technically from my end, I built this studio with you in mind. I built it so that the data that I give to you is compressed and sent to you as fast as possible. I have some real high-end shit in here, and you should have like the delay on Twitch should be like, it's all at that point. It's just up to your end whether you're getting it quick or not. If you have fiber and a short run from your fiber connection, you should be like 2 seconds at most. I got everything. I got fiber. I got fucking baller processors. I got all that shit. Earnings are released at 4:20, and then guidance is at 5 p.m. Historically, that would be the case. SPY now trading 530.49. Nvidia trading 951.50. Right here, that's Nvidia right down there. That's Nvidia. This is my price target right here. This is Nvidia. Hold on, I'll draw it out for you. Sorry about that. I'll just write it in there. Right here is Nvidia. This is my price target right here. Yeah, I check it against people with great internet. So if you have more delay, that means you could get a better connection.
In terms of the expected, analysts were expecting positive 18, so I'll keep an eye out for an adjusted metric.
I'm going to turn up the news squawker here. If you guys have Twitter open, you can probably post the earnings before anyone else. You guys want to be like the cool kid on Twitter.
The EPS comes in at 14 cents there for Snowflake. Analysts were expecting 18, so that's still a miss there for SNOW.
Woo! Snow, baby.
In terms of revenue, that comes in at 828.7 million. Analysts had expected 786. So it's a revenue beat, a profit miss for SNOW. For SNPS Synopsis, they report revenue of 1.455 billion. Analysts had expected 1.5, so that's a miss there. Adjusted EPS comes in at $3. Analysts were expecting 305, so top and bottom line misses there for SNPS.
Snow trading the top here. This is Snow, by the way. Snow trading briefly $184. That's good to see.
4-1.
If you are long the underlying in Snow, you might want to take the money and run. Take the money and run before the market reacts negatively. Normally we get the news before anyone else. So you'll see a delayed reaction in tickers. If you are long Snow, you might want to take that money and run. Snowflake, Q1, adjusted EPS, 0.14 cents.
Certain technology assets and hire key employees from True Era. Not seen a price attached to that just yet.
Turn this up for you guys out there. So Snowflake, expected 18 cents. EPS report was 14 cents. Revs expected.
Analysts were expecting a profit of 2 cents there, so adjusted loss per share of 32 cents misses the expected profit of 2 cents.
VFC EPS negative 0.32, expected 0.02. Revs 2.3 billion, expected 2.41 billion.
Transaction anticipated to close first half of 2025.
Snow EPS 0.14 cents or 14 cents, expected 18 cents. Miss. Revs 83 billion, expected 79 billion. So they did beat on revs. That's good. Not seeing weakness yet in Snow. Oh, there, yeah, it rolled down now. Now it's rolling down.
They have appointed Paul Vogel as Chief Financial Officer.
NVDA just putting around now with a high so far of 952. I will be here with you until 4:20 until the
after hours. Synopsis down 4%, and VF Corporation down around about 7.4%.
VFC tanking, SNPS tanking, SNPS tanking, VFC tanking. Snow coming off a high on the monthly trigger. But you know what? Their revs are good. If you get good revs, if you have higher revs, you can always work on profit. So, not necessarily the worst thing. They did have a beat in revenue. That's good to see.
And back to SNPS Synopsis. This does lift FY targets for revenue and adjusted EPS. for GFS Global Foundries. They are just announcing a stock offering after hours.
6 minutes left until you can, or 6 minutes left for you to trade SPOOs. 6 minutes left here. I was hoping for more blood in NVDA. They're not doing it right now. I was hoping for some blood right before the report. NVDA strong into their earnings.
So, folks, we expect Nvidia NVDA earnings to be out in around 10 minutes' time. That's according to the last report that was released around about 20 past the hour. Just in terms of expectations, EPS is forecast to come in at $5.57 on revenues of $24.57 billion. Much of the focus will be on their guidance and the magnitude by which it beats consensus. So just to go through the guidance as well, for the next quarter, the consensus looks for $5.95, and for the FY, that's for EPS, and for the FY, they see $25.15. Just in terms of NVIDIA's trading today, they did finish cash trade around 0.5% lower, currently up around 0.2 after hours. Just for reference, Nvidia does hold around about a 6.5% weighting in the Nasdaq 100 and around about 5.3% of the S&P 500. In terms of the break-evens, looking around about a swing of around about 8.7% according to analysts.
Yeah, they have a lot to live up to in this earnings. That's what my point here is. Like, you need some magic. You can't just beat. You need like a big beat, and then you need a big guidance. You need all kinds of shit to come out. You need a big beat on NVDA, a big one. You need like magic show. Yeah, exactly. With just like Amazon, 100%, 100%. That was remember that shit? Amazon was crazy. Amazon, they were like, the expectations were just stupid on Amazon. They were fucking stupid. That was ridiculous, wasn't it? 12% year-over-year growth. Like, how the fuck do you beat those expectations? Yeah, AI powered CFO accounting. You got the collar on now, right on? Oh, hey, Trader Podcast. How are you, man? Good to see you, brother. Hope all is well, my man. Good to see you, bro. I've got us trading 970 and then coming straight back down. Tuesday, you'll come back and it'll be right where it was today. Unless we hear some news that I don't know, unless you get hear some stupid shit like, if you get like stock split, how many of you think you get stock split news today? Stock split, yes or no? Tell me that in the chat. Stock split, yes or no? Anybody think stock split? No split. A lot of no's on stock split today. Not expected today. Banana split. Let me ask you another question. If they announced a stock split, if they announced one, would you take the profit on Tuesday open, or would you let it run? Would you take the profit and rebuy, or would you let it run? So it would be let it run or rebuy. You'd let it run. Take some plot profit and let it run. Okay. All right. If there's a miss today, here's the next question for you. If there's a miss today, how low does NVDA go in either expectations, guidance, report? How low would it go? It'd still go to 700 on a miss? God damn, that's low. High 700s. Okay. 666. I like that answer. That's a good answer. All right, I gotcha. All right, I got some stock market trivia for you guys, okay? So I'm gonna get some stock market trivia for you, okay? Or some facts. I'll give you some factoids. How about that? Hold on here. Ready? During Gil Amelio's tenure as Apple CEO, Apple's stock slumped and hit a 12-year low in 1997. That was at least partially caused by a single sale of 1.5 million shares of Apple stock by an anonymous party. Do you guys know who that person was that sold 1.5 million shares? You know who that was? It was Steve Jobs. It was Steve Jobs. Absolutely. It was Jobs that did it. Was it Elon Musk? Okay, got another one for you here. Ready? Did you know that there's a pirate exchange in Somalia? This is real. Where Somalians can trade. There's a Somali pirate stock exchange where the locals can invest in pirate gangs planning on hijack missions. Did you know that? You guys know who Steve Wozniak is, right? You know who Steve Jobs is? Who is the third partner in Apple? Who is the third partner in Apple? No, we know was. Co-founder. Ronald Wayne is the answer. Ronald Wayne.
Some after hours remarks from ECB's Schnabel. Wage growth is slowing gradually.
3 minutes. Wayne Newton. I'll take that answer. Your mother's a whore, Trebek. That's acceptable. Yeah, he's a co-founder though. He was the third co-founder. What month is traditionally the worst month for the stock market? Traditionally, what is the worst performing month for the stock market? Yeah, baby. Good job, Juan. Good job, Juan. You got it. Ding, ding, ding. Good job. September is the answer.
So, folks, we do expect these NVDA numbers out in a couple of minutes. Timing for guidance only. EPS forecast at 557. Revenue forecast at 24.6 billion for the quarter. For the next quarter, the consensus looks for $5.95 on revenues of 26.6. And for the FY, they look for 25.15 for the EPS on revenues of 112.86. Again, we will mention those again if they update the guidance as we expect with the earnings.
What is the most expensive share on the New York Stock Exchange? Most expensive share. You just name it. You guys should know this one too. What's the most not Bitcoin, not counting crypto. Fuck your crypto. That's right. Berkshire Hathaway. That's right. That's right. You got it. You got it. You got it. I got some crazy ones for you. What year did the New York Stock Exchange name officially appear? Oh!
Adjusted EPS
Oh!
$6.12. That's above expected. That's adjusted EPS tops expectations there. Revenue comes in at 26 billion. We were expecting 24.6, so that's a beat on the top and bottom line. Quarterly cash dividend raised 150%. That takes it to 1 cent per share on a post-split basis.
Woo!
Nvidia increasing quarterly cash dividend 150%. And it is worth noting they are announcing a 10-for-1 forward stock split effective June 2024.
No fucking way!
Top and bottom line beats.
Stock split!
They boost their dividend. They're splitting their stock 10-to-1.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Trading around 4% higher at present. Not seeing any guidance just yet. So that's Nvidia announcing a 10-for-1 stock split following their top and bottom line beats there.
Nvidia, dude, gonna moon mission it!
As we said, they're up around about
997.50 on the high!
Response to Nvidia's earnings as well. For Q2 revenue, they see 28 billion plus minus.
Holy fuck, it's gonna moon on to Tuesday!
Guiding higher for Q2
Oh! Moon on Tuesday, baby!
Blackwell's, they say Blackwell platform in full production.
Woo!
Data center growth fueled by strong and accelerating demand for generative AI training.
10-for-1 stock split. Holy fuck!
As well.
Fuck! Market is going to fucking moon.
Specifics, I know you guys are looking for Q1 data center revenues 22.6 billion, above expected 21.3. So it does look like a solid report thus far. And they announced that stock split and dividend hike. Indices rising in response, but we are tempering some of those gains. Nvidia shares.
Oh, no, we aren't.
Bit choppy at the moment, as you can imagine.
No, no, no. I've been through these before. This fucker's gonna moon and not stop.
Peers of Nvidia also seeing upside in after hours. AMD up around about 1.4, TSM up around about 1.3.
Holy shit, and buybacks. And they're doing buybacks. Holy fuck. Holy, dude, this is gonna get crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Moon fucking mission. Moon fucking mission. Wait until guidance comes out. Oh, dude, this thing's gonna fucking moon. It's gonna fucking moon. It's gonna fucking moon. 5 p.m. It's gonna fucking moon. Holy shit. Moon. Stock split announced. Woo! Holy shit. That's insano. I know it's not Tuesday, sorry. Thursday. I keep saying Tuesday. Thursday. Stock market is going to fucking moon. Fucking moon, guaranteed. Holy shit. Congratulations if you're an Nvidia. Sorry I keep saying Tuesday. I keep thinking about Tuesday. Dude, you guys are going to get fucking paid. Paid. I'm thinking about Tuesday, not Thursday tomorrow. Holy shit. Dude, moon mission. Moon fucking mission. Moon. What's Q's doing right now in the after hours? Oh, yeah, look at Q's. Woo! Q's hit 458 right now, just slammed into it. Holy shit. God damn. Dude, that shit's going to run like a motherfucker. Those dealers are going to have to chase right on the bell tomorrow. Holy shit. The fucking FOMO crew is going to come out and just slam the buy button. Woo! Q's right now just smashing. Q's like smashing right now. Slamming on the door of 458. Holy fuck. Woo! Woohoo! Yeah, dude. Oh. I don't know if you get 1,000, but I don't know if you break 1,100 by market open, but what you'll need is you're gonna need those rebuyers. You're gonna need. I think you might do it tonight with guidance, but it's possible. It's possible, but you want that second round of buying. You want what you need is you want the amplification. Let me say that to you again. You need the amplification. You always want Momo on your side, right? So you want the dealers to chase. You get what I'm saying? So if you get that next round of retail buyers on the open tomorrow, you could easily get it up there by like 10, 11 in the morning. Easily get it up to 1,100. It could get crazy. I mean, you figure this is the new Tesla, right? So, dude, and that's another thing, too. You could see other parts of the market be weak as people pile into NVDA. Holy shit. Congratulations, NVDA bulls. Woo! Hell yes. Congratulations, NVDA bulls. And you got the stock split. We talked about that earlier today. You got it. You fucking got your stock split. You got your stock split. Congratulations. Hell yes. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll leave the stream up for you. I got to take off. I got kids I got to take care of, but I'll leave the stream up for guidance so that you can listen into the guy in the background, the news squawker, or do you want me to put guidance on? Are they going to have guidance? Hold on, let me see if I can do. I'll just put guidance on right now for you. Hang tight here. Do they have any kind of a video or anything, a live stream coming out? I'm looking on their site right now. I'm not seeing it. Events and presentations. I'm not seeing it here. Oh, dude, look at this. Look at this. Look what they're doing here to spoos. These fucks want to get out right now. Look at this shit right here. They want to get out as fast as possible. Look at this shit right here. There are so many people upside down right now. Look at them getting out right now. Balls on these. Balls. Look at this fucking Wall Street right there. That's fucking Wall Street right there. That's fucking Wall Street. That is Wall Street. Fucking Wall Street, dude. Nvidia now trade 967. Wall Street doesn't like it. Wall Street's like, fuck you. We need to get in first before you get in. Look at that, Wall Street pricks. You know, this is the thing. I want to show you something here. This is a lesson to you all out there, okay? I'm going to give you guys a quick lesson here. I'm going to give you a quick lesson here. This is a perfect example right here. See this right here? You see that down there? That price is not coming back because of anything negative. That price is coming back because Wall Street didn't know they were going to split their stock. That's why that price is coming back right now. If Wall Street knew that was happening, that stock price would have stayed up there. They're going to get in first, and then they're going to let you in after. The balls on these guys doing this to you. Balls. Balls on these guys. I want you guys to know, this is the lesson, by the way. If you see a stock blood or go up and you don't get the halfback trade, that means Wall Street knew.
NVIDIA is just paring back some of that upside. We are up around about 1.5% now, having been up around about 5% at one point. Similarly, indices also giving back some of the knee-jerk upside they saw in after-hours trading. And we're pretty much back to where we were before these earnings for the ES as well as the NQ. Just in terms of the commentary, there is that, as you'd expect, that argument of whether that beat on guidance was big enough.
Yeah, right.
The metrics reported fairly solid versus consensus. That they also announced that stock split boosted the dividend. So again, we do look forward to further analyst commentary, and they do have a call, remember, as well.
No buyback. I thought it was. I have to delete that. No buybacks. Got that wrong. Misheard buybacks. Balls on these guys. These the fuck. Oh, so anyways, my point to you is this: if they know about it, it sticks. If they don't know about it, they bring it all back. All that comes back so they can get in first. And you can see it almost came all the way back. 959.76. Fucking not letting those guys stay trapped in that shit. Oh man, dude, it's their stock market. All right, I'm gonna get out of here now. I don't think there's any live stream video in their guidance. Let me see. I don't see like a guidance. So what I'm going to do is I'll leave the news squawker out. So whatever that guidance is, you can hear what's important about that guidance at 5 p.m. for you. Okay. Yeah, I'll have audio for you here. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. No, I won't see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I'll have the stream up though at 9:30 a.m. for you. I'm trying to think if I can get somebody's audio on stream with you guys. Maybe I can try to pipe in Binky or somebody, Trader Podcast or David AMS, something cool like that. Let me see if I can get somebody to jump on the stream for you with tomorrow. I'll see what I can do. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. 9:30 stream is going to stay on until about 6 p.m. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for the vacation stuff there, Bumbledine. Binky, take it easy. All of you guys have a wonderful week, wonderful weekend. I'll be catching up with you guys soon. I need it. I need the vacation, guys. I really do. I love all of you out there. I want to be fresh for you on Tuesday. Please do yourself a solid if you're a veteran out there and don't get any trouble over the weekend. Keep your head screwed on. Try to get to Memorial if you can or something like that. Okay? And I want you guys to have a wonderful weekend. Also, Bookmap is set to Bookmap is set to NVDA. Let me put this right here. Let me see if I can figure this out really quick here. Come on down. So this Bookmap is for NVDA. There we go. I'm looking for the live stream of it right now. I don't see a live stream. All right, I'm going to put CNBC audio on in the background. So I'll have CNBC audio on for you. 262% jump in sales. Fuck, dude. Oh, yeah, it's trading higher now.
In America.
Welcome back. Nvidia is not the only name moving in overtime, so let's get you up to speed. Snowflake is higher after beating on revenue. Their earnings came in about 4 cents light at 14 cents per share. Nonetheless, you can see those shares are up about 5% right now. Product revenue was up 34% year over year. Synopsys missing on both lines. Third quarter revenue guidance was soft as well. Those shares are under pressure right now. VF Core also missing on both lines. Revenue at its The North Face brand fell 5%. Revenue at the Vans brand fell 26%. And those shares are down 8% right now. ELF getting hit on a soft full-year outlook, though it did beat for the quarter. Perhaps raising more questions, John, to next week when we get Ulta, knowing how strong beauty retailers have been in this environment, at least until now.
So many questions and so many numbers to answer them. That's what I love about overtime. Well, up next, what NVIDIA's results, speaking of, could mean for other AI-related stocks as we count down to that conference call at the top of the hour. Be right back.
One more note here. Okay, so R4 and 5 on NVIDIA today. 1,013 and 998. They actually tick striked it. This was a tick strike right on R4 on Nvidia. So there's your upside targets. All right, I think I got everything here for you.
Welcome back to Overtime. Well, the stock of the hour, Nvidia, is rising up about 3.5% after beating on the top and bottom lines. Joining us now is 314 Research co-founder and chief data scientist, Fernando Vidal. Fernando, got a play for you. Speaking to Jensen Huang just a couple weeks ago about how Nvidia is helping to seed the next phases of the AI revolution. Here's what he said.
Pre-training these AI models, developing new revolutionary models for coding and otherwise. And then lastly, taking these AIs, packaging them into microservices that can run in every cloud, on-prem, anywhere. We've been working together to basically reinvent every single layer of enterprise computing. And so this is where it's starting first.
All right, Fernando, last August, you felt like Nvidia was overvalued. Now, I mean, the price is at least higher. For now, soon it's going to be splitting. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's funny in that clip, Jensen's talking about training, and that is basically what the story is about. Inference, on the other hand, which I think is a much more important part of the AI story, is a different beast, and it requires a lot less capacity. And I think it's interesting to keep in mind that the amount of revenue that NVIDIA is currently generating with this stellar quarter, and nobody can argue with the stellar quarter, implies something about the amount of capacity that's out there. And, we did some back of the envelope calculations at 314 Research, and by our calculations, in 3 years, there'll be enough NVIDIA hardware out on the market based on what analysts forecast for their revenue are, to allow everybody to use the latest ChatGPT language model for 4 hours a day, everybody on Earth. So inference is something that is less compute intensive than training. And if it's the case that AI, like we're still in the early stages of how good these models can be, then you can be an NVIDIA bull, because the GPUs we have today are going to look like nothing compared to the GPUs we're going to need in 2 years. But what I've seen, and something to keep in mind, is that the progress in AI has been a little bit more incremental over the last 12 months, especially. When ChatGPT came out, 4 months later, we had GPT-4, and it was like an order of magnitude better.
Okay.
But things have been more incremental. So
but what about the software argument on NVIDIA, which in part says, hey, CUDA support, they're going to be able to get revenue off of everybody who wants to build on top of the chips that they've already bought, much less the ones that they continue to buy. So there are potential new revenue streams. We were just talking about streams at the edge with CPU replacement chips potentially coming. Does that affect the outlook for you?
You know, it's a interesting argument to make. I think that the software advantage that they had early on, which is really powering the reason why they're at, you know, they just reported a huge gross margin, and they've been reporting crazy margins on their H100 GPU. And CUDA and software and the fact that they have their supply chain set up to meet this crazy surge in CapEx spending is the reason they're succeeding today. But over the last, 12 months or so, there has been a lot of progress in new frameworks for training
and also
AI
for
models.
DuPont. So
There
DuPont
is competition. And
proposed separations of its units.
No one can deny that today NVIDIA is the hardware you want.
So DuPont
to
proposed
train and run
separations of
AI
its
models.
electronics and water
But
businesses in a
there's been
tax-free
incremental
manner.
progress in leveling the playing field from the hyperscalers working on their own chips, from even little startups designing their own silicon and designing a lot of open source solutions to be able to interface with NVIDIA and other chip manufacturers. So those are the things that every time we get one of these earnings numbers, people are looking for the signs that expectations are not going to keep up the momentum that they have. So far,
So Ford, DuPont announced its plan to separate into three independent and publicly traded companies. So electronics will be comprised of existing semiconductor technologies and interconnected solution lines of the business.
And those layers of software. Do you like competitors better then, especially when we start talking about valuations and what's going to come into the market in the second half of this year and beyond?
Well, people talk about AMD being more expensive or, other competitors being more expensive on a PE basis. And that's, just because of NVIDIA's crazy forecasted revenue growth. On the other hand, NVIDIA's margins are head and shoulders above all those competitors. And that's kind of baked into that argument. Honestly, I think NVIDIA is, their success is great, but I've always been more excited about the customers of NVIDIA and their growth potential. The rest of the Mag 7, I think, have a very valid argument for AI being a huge lift to their revenues over time. And they have a lot less of a cyclical bent the way NVIDIA does. And this is a company that is no stranger to 70% drawdowns when expectations get a little too far ahead of themselves. So I'd rather play in the AI product side with these companies that already have a stable of products that they can improve and upsell.
All right, Fernando Vidal of 314 Research. It's great to have you on. Thanks for joining us. And certainly, speaking of Mag 7, this was sort of the last of the Mag 7. Really the final hurdle to a mega tech earnings victory lap, which arguably you can say with the results we got today can now be had.
Yeah, strong lap for sure.
All right, well, up next, Mike Santoli looks at where the race for third place in market value stands following NVIDIA's earnings as we do count down to the company's analyst call.
Singh reports the US is in active conversations with mRNA vaccine makers Pfizer and Moderna on a potential vaccine for humans, according to HHS official.
Insurance.
Welcome back to Overtime. We got breaking news on DuPont. Seema Modi has it. Seema.
John, DuPont plans to split into 3 publicly traded companies, which would include proposed separations of its electronics and water businesses. It does follow a restructuring just a couple years ago of the company, as well as liabilities related to PFAS toxic chemicals. The CFO is now becoming the CEO, so some big changes at this company. And Morgan, it does follow a similar move by GE just a year ago to split into 3. You had 3M spinning off its safety business, so clearly a trend we're seeing in the industrial space. Stock up 4.8%.
I mean, it's amazing. DuPont was only 5 years ago that it broke into 3 companies, and now here we have one of the sub-companies breaking again. Seema Modi, thanks for joining us. Time for our market dashboard. Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is back. He has a look at some of the ways Nvidia is impacting other stocks and the broader market. Mike.
Yeah, Morgan. And first, just a glimpse of where we stand in terms of the market value of Nvidia versus its sort of 2 closest
and for
stocks
Disney,
in the
so Disney
Amazon
and
Alphabet.
notes that
Nvidia,
ESPN and
at
TNT
this
Sports
point, about
reached a
$2.4
5-year
trillion,
agreement
and
for
it
TNT
seems to be
Sports to
holding out
sub-license
just about
select
in
college
the
football
post,
playoff
market
games
trading.
from
I would point
ESPN.
out, Nvidia also slightly larger than you would expect based on how close the market values are in the S&P because it uses float adjustment, and of course Amazon and Alphabet have large kind of shareholdings from their founders. In any case, I also want to point out both Amazon and Alphabet had big, deep stock splits in recent years. I wouldn't let that account for much of the market value gain. Amazon split 2 years ago, 20-1. Didn't do much for the stock in the immediate term. Another thing I want to point out, the types of AI plays that are working and that are not. Goldman Sachs has 3 baskets. AI infrastructure, which relative to the S&P 500 equal weight is doing incredibly well year to date. And then you have AI-enabled revenue plays and AI-enabled productivity companies not doing much. So clearly the entire kind of juice is in those build-out companies, the ones that are creating the capacity to do all the AI work and not yet in those trying to monetize it in other ways, guys.
It's a great chart. Mike Santoli, thank you. Much more on this wild hour of overtime earnings as we count down to the analyst calls for Nvidia, Snowflake, and Synopsys. Stay with us.
And Russia's Energy Ministry says Russian oil production was within OPEC Plus guidelines in Q1. Says Russia exceeded OPEC Plus quota in April due to technical reasons of output cuts. And Russia is to submit a plan soon on compensation to the OPEC Secretariat.
And Peacock.
Let's get one more check on Nvidia here as overtime ends right before the call starts. It is back up to just about 4% higher. It has kind of rallied after dropping in the back half of the 4 o'clock hour. Again, Morgan, we were just talking about that. What an impressive moment to be alive and watch this stock represent the AI boom that we're seeing unfold.
262% year-over-year growth in revenue. So much of that, the lion's share of that, driven by data center, which came in higher than expectations. It marks the third straight quarter that we have seen revenues for Nvidia grow more than 200%, and it does not seem to be letting up.
And there's more coming in overtime tomorrow, not just about Nvidia, but Intuit is reporting after the bell. The CEO, Sasan Goodarzi, is going to give his thoughts as well. This used to be the huge quarter for them, April end, because it's a tax quarter, but there's more to the business now.
Yeah, and it really is. It's AI, it's consumer, it's Fed speak. That's what's driving the market here. Nvidia, we're going to have to see how this trades tomorrow as well after hitting a record yesterday. That's going to do it for us here at Overtime.
Here's Fast Money now.
Live from the NASDAQ market site in the heart of New York City's Times Square, this is Fast Money. Here's what's on tap tonight. Splitsville for Nvidia, the company announcing a surprise 10-for-1 stock split alongside big beats on the top and the bottom lines. We've got full team coverage of the results and are bringing you all the trades. Plus, missing the target. Shares of the retailer sinking to nearly 4-month lows, while rivals like TJX soar. Why can't the company seem to catch up to its competitors? And later, the Chartmaster says Goldman Sachs is losing its shine. Pfizer soars on cost-cutting plans, and Starbucks notches its best day since last November. We're diving into all of today's Fast Money movers. I'm Melissa Lee, coming to you live from Studio B at the NASDAQ. On the desk tonight, Tim Seymour, Karen Feinerman, Courtney Garcia, and look who's back for this hour, the Bitcoin baller himself, Brian BK Kelly. Great to have you back here on set. Be back. And we start off with the most anticipated earnings report of the season. Nvidia shares at all-time highs after posting a top and bottom line beat for Q1. Guidance for the current quarter also coming in above expectations. The chip giant also announcing a 10-for-1 stock split and a dividend hike. The conference call just kicking off moments ago. Christina Partsinevelos is here to break down the quarter. Hey, Christina.
Hi. Well, investors got what they wanted. Earnings beat, like you said, revenues actually matching buy-side expectations of $26 billion for Q1. Same for the Q2 revenue guide, came in at $28 billion. Even Q2 margins are expected to drop to mid-70s, exactly what the company had warned about on the previous call. So overall, the company's fundamentals still intact. You saw that with the beat in the numbers, but they do match buy-side expectations, which is why you're not seeing as much of a stock reaction. Data center revenue, though, was the main driver, record sales. You zoom out on the year, and that shows data center revenues up 427%. CEO Jensen Huang saying customers have moved beyond cloud service providers, which, by the way, contributed 40% to data center revenues. But now they have internet companies as customers, enterprise, sovereign AI, auto, as well as healthcare. The cherry on top, like you talked about, was the 10-for-1 stock split effective. Investors will actually get 9 additional shares after market close on June 6th. The company also announcing its quarterly dividend by a 150% increase. All of this is talking about the company giving money back to the shareholders, employees, investors, et cetera. So a big beat, and then I'm going to get back on the call.
Yeah, Christina, before you go, were you talking about revenues attributed to cloud data centers and it moving away, diversifying?
Yes. So previously, the last quarter in Q4, 50% of revenues came from cloud service providers. Now this quarter, in the CFO commentary that is on their website, 40%. So you're seeing that number decrease, and instead, and in the press release, Jensen Huang is saying that it's including now internet companies, enterprise, sovereign AI, which they've talked about quite a bit, auto, and healthcare. So they're getting more verticals, as they put it.
Right. Christina, thanks. Keep us posted on the call. Christina Partsinevelos for us. So what do we make of this quarter? The stock is up 4% after hours. Karen.
Yeah, so the bar was really high, and they did a nice job of stepping over the bar. Jensen Huang, beside being just brilliant in building a company that is at the forefront of AI, is also really good at managing the street. That's sort of, I think he views that as the other part of his job. We haven't heard from him. He started at 5 o'clock. This stock split, the dividend thing, I don't think it really matters, but the stock split, obviously you can have now a whole host of other investors that have sort of been shut out. So he's doing a great job managing. Again, he's in the business of under-promise, over-deliver. And I really want to hear about what kind of demand he's seeing. That to me is, as soon as the earnings come out, they're irrelevant. We see it, we know the number. Okay, did it beat, did it not? Okay, how does it look? What does the rest of the story look like?
And the commentary in terms of the transition from Hopper, which is their current chip, to their new chip, which is, will be on sale later this year. That's going to be key if there's, Blackwell, if there's going to be any sort of holding back in anticipation of the launch of that new chip.
She said the bar was cleared. I think this was a big fan of the show, a Dick Fosbury, in other words, of the Fosbury flop. This was no flop, but in other words, he got over a big bar. That was why he invented the flop. But NVIDIA, if you think about the 27% run into the numbers, if you think about the data center growth, if you think about where I think they actually are going to hit, they've guided on this 75% margin, so there's no problem with that. What we've also heard throughout the last month and a half is that the hyperscalers are growing their capex 35%. It was only 8% or so last year. So the demand is there. Demand is there, and certainly the new segments. And as we get into other parts of the business, it is what we're hearing more about. It is about autos. It is about CPU. And so you want to know where that demand's coming from. You want to know where the entire platform allows them to kind of have this circular, reinforced dynamic. I think it's all here. This to me is a huge relief for the market, and we'll get into that. But I mean, the fact that 4% move, I think this stock split is very important, even though we all know means zero, except for it means something.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, they go up, right? That's exactly the point. So, I mean, when I go buy an ice cream cone, they don't ask me, did you get this money from a stock split or not? They still take my dollars and it goes up. So what does it matter? But I think in these earnings, right, if there's anything, any knock at all that you see in this, it's probably the gaming sector, which is a tiny, tiny little sector. And everything else is looking good. So I don't know what else you would want from this. It is a beat. Now, as the trader perspective, I want to see this thing trade up and close through 975 tomorrow, which it's doing now. But we still have the CEO to speak, and I want to see it close there at the end of the day, and that'll give me a heck of a lot of confidence that the momentum is continuing higher.
Yeah, and I think what's really important here was that demand story, right? Everybody thought that you were going to see a weakening in demand as we're waiting for Blackwell to come out, but they came out and said not only is demand strong, but demand is accelerating. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see what they say when they're speaking later, but I think that's very indicative that this has a lot of room to continue to run, because as long as the demand is there, and it clearly is, that's absolutely going to benefit in NVIDIA.
The implication, too, of revenues coming more, away from data center is that all these other parts of business are, in fact, growing. I mean, that is sort of the tailwind that we were waiting for. It's not just the hyperscalers. Other people, other enterprises are also investing in AI at the same pace. So you want to see that sort of go down the chain, so to speak, in terms of companies.
And it will. And think about all the places where we invested in NVIDIA even before we knew what they were doing in AI, or maybe we knew it. But, and I would get into the industrial usage, and I think it's a really exciting place. It's where it gets exciting for other people, too. They're also known to be in the auto space for the chips. And, you can talk about whoever it is, whether it's, Qualcomm or and you also think about the memory chips. And we've seen the move, of course, in the impact in, say, a Micron, et cetera. So this supports the trade. That kind of commentary supports the entire trade that's broadening this market. And again, to me, this is a huge relief for people that wanted to hold in the market. We'll talk about Fed minutes in a little bit. But for people that wanted to buy NVIDIA, and a lot of people still wanted to buy weakness, they're happy that actually, or people that just recently bought it, this is reinforcing the story.
Just one other thing. So the top line was better. The gross margin was better. Also, their expenses were better. So a lot of great things going on at the same time. And, the diversification you talked about in terms of who their customers, that's a really good thing. A lot of great things here.
And it's giving a lift to a lot of the other AI players right now.
The whole complex.
Exactly, the whole complex. AMD is up, 1% right now. We also see Supermicro higher. Dell. Your Dell.
Like Dell. Well, thank you. We'll see. It's been
is
good.
Trading higher. But this is validation about all these other plays and the concentric circles in terms of AI. It's not just the chip makers anymore, but there's enough to go on here for software, et cetera. Maybe now is the time where we'll see that sort of transfer.
Right, and it's expanding even outside of tech, right? So just after the close, News Corp announced that they're going to have a deal with OpenAI, right? Stocks up a couple % there. So the theme of AI eating the world, changing every single business out there continues. And I think that's really good for the market because there was a lot of concern today with the market where it's been, with the expectations where they've been. And we will talk about the FOMC, but that could have really derailed this market if there was even the slightest miss or even just kind of a baseline, oh, it got there and it was okay. But this is what the market needed.
So the question then arises, at what point do you start trimming back on Nvidia and putting it into something else? If AI is in fact eating the world, and we are seeing proof of it, not just through Nvidia's quarters, but through the earnings that we've already gotten so far this quarter.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to bet against an Nvidia or AI. Like, it's absolutely a play you want to be in. But if you haven't made changes to your portfolio, you are going to be overexposed there. And I don't think it's a bad time to take some profits and add to other areas. You're talking about all these other things that are going to benefit from AI. We haven't talked about the energy play. So you get things like copper and energy, and that's like this whole nother industry that is going to completely benefit from the structural changes in artificial intelligence. And it's a really good valuation to add here. So I am not getting out of it. But yeah, taking some profits, taking advantage of those other opportunities, you absolutely want to look at that.
Yeah, Dell reports, I think it is next week, actually. And Citi just had a very bullish note out yesterday saying that we're going to see Dell top estimates, even though they are very high right now. And the stock has virtually doubled so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not crazy expensive. Now, a lot of things are converging at the same time for Dell. Obviously, this NVIDIA relationship, storage, servers, but also you have enterprise spend coming back. And I think we're going to see a stronger PC, quicker and stronger PC refresh than we have as they become AI native, where the Copilot, button is on it. And so there's a lot of great things happening, and I think they're just going to be generating a ton of cash.
Yeah, I think you have a case here where not only the market dynamics are reinforced, but I think you've given life to some of those industrial plays. This is only going to reinforce a margin story across it. I think if you think about what we wanted to hear from this company, first of all, there is still a lot to digest over the next couple of days. I think there are a lot of people that really were hoping that this was going to be a tough number. I think people wanted this opportunity to buy it weaker, and this is almost the event. I don't think people right now. Again, the stocks move. This is almost a nonchalant move. It was a year ago when we really first started getting blown away by Nvidia's numbers. And if you think about this move today, based upon those numbers, I think it's good news, not bad.
I mean, one could almost make the argument that this move in the after-hour session is all stock split. I mean, because if it's sort of it stepped over the bar. You use the who was that gentleman?
Fosbury, Mr. Fosbury.
And some comments from NVIDIA's conference call. So executive for NVIDIA says large-scale cloud providers made up more than 40% of first quarter data center revenue.
That's my point. I mean, Dick Fosbury got over some very high bars with a very unique style of doing the
he wore a black jacket and jeans everywhere he went.
Yes, but I'll just say this about the multiple for Nvidia relative to the market. It gets back to always on some level valuation, and I know these numbers are ones you can play around with a stock that's moved this much, but Nvidia is trading at about 1.7 times the S&P multiple, which is very cheap to its 10-year average. So it's not like it's really expensive. I would make that argument.
Yeah, and if you have this type of growth, I think, again, you could probably trim some and talk about the other things you want to do. One more I would add in there is Apple, right? If they're going to refresh their phones and their computers with AI native, then that's going to be in a completely different story there. So, but I mean, again, Apple's up a bit. We're not the first people to discover this. I'd probably be a buyer of Apple like around 180 on that news.
All right, let's get more on NVIDIA with Chris Rowland, Senior Semiconductor Analyst at Susquehanna. Chris, great to have you with us. What's your take on this quarter? What are the questions you still have in your mind for the conference call?
Yeah, I think you guys covered it really well. This was just a little bit better than buy-side expectations with that stock split for the retail crowd to get them going as well. We are all, as analysts, focused on really the last 2 quarters of the year, and it's then this transition to B100 and GB200. That's really what matters here. These are really compelling products from a price performance standpoint. They're super compelling. They're better than H100 and H200. From a power perspective, these guys are bringing in liquid cooling. So from an energy perspective, it's going to use less. And we're just worried about a potential little gap in Q3, Q4 for NVIDIA. That would be our biggest worry, and anything they would say on the call to alleviate that would be helpful.
So the company in the press release tried to make the case that they're seeing demand actually accelerate despite this transition that's to come later on this year. You think, though, if there are any hiccups in terms of companies holding back and waiting for that Blackwell offering, that it won't happen until the second half?
Yes, that's right. Right now, they're being helped by the H100 to H200 transition, where they get twice as much memory. We'll have B100 later in the year, and any delays in the GB200 product.
For more from NVIDIA says, first H200 system was delivered to OpenAI.
Kind of revenue gap that we're talking about. So that's how we're thinking about it.
Chris, it's Karen. Thanks for being on. So what are you seeing for H200 pricing, and how do you think that evolves? How do you think that plays out as people look to switch later?
Yeah, this is really all about memory and NVIDIA passing those margins, those memory margins on to their customer. For us, gross margins were good, perhaps a little bit light. Maybe they weren't able to pass on all of that memory cost up that we would have expected, probably not in the 80% range that they get for typical data center products. But so far, H200, the transition looks pretty good.
Chris, talk about the broadening that we were talking about in terms of where this business is going, but obviously new sectors.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. NVIDIA hitting $1,000 a share as we speak in the after hours. Go ahead.
Makes for a nice even $100 on a 10-to-1 split. So Chris, so talk about other sectors where again, maybe these were places in a past life we actually talked about with NVIDIA, but whether it is auto, whether it is CPU, whether it is, what gets you excited here to look at the future?
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit confusing because we've been so supply constrained that you would ultimately hit your largest and best customers first and then work down to the enterprise over time. So this is a broadening, but it may be more of a supply dynamic than a demand dynamic overall. But as we move forward here, things like Omniverse, things like enterprise, on-prem, AI, they're going to be more important, and you will see a broadening overall, just maybe not as quickly as this report, kind of signifies.
And Chris, in terms of the hiccup that you might be looking for Q3, Q4 timeline as that transition to the Blackwell happens, is that something that you look through, or is there a real stumbling block that NVIDIA could hit that would impair its business in any way?
We would be looking through it. We think the GB200 products are incredible. These are basically, full supercomputers connecting 576 GPUs into one single, holistic cluster. There's nothing else like that on the market. But we don't know if investors are going to look through it in the same way. I would imagine a hiccup in the stock price, kind of correspondent with the
numbers. And more from NVIDIA says demand for new Blackwell chips may exceed supply well into next year.
$1,050 price target on the stock. He just moved it up recently. And of course, the stock hitting $1,000 briefly in the after-hour session. What's your take on this price action? We seem to continue to get stronger.
Very strong. I think Chris is going to have to take his price target up because we're going to be there before the end of the show. Another $50 is not that much. But again, if you talk about momentum, we talk about the different traders that are going to come in here. A breakout of this type of proportion is going to get a lot of people excited about it. Retail traders, momentum traders. And as long as we can hold these gains, I do think that momentum continues.
And the retail trade, we've seen it. It can be powerful when it wants to be, and at $100 a share.
And not terribly discriminant on necessary valuation, which I think is fine, but also looking more at really the secular and the dynamics that I think this company in the position it has, both in their lives and in the concept of where we think the economy is going. I think this is a relief to buy for a lot of people that didn't own the stock. Actually, it's confirmation, and it gives you at least another runway of a quarter or two.
And it might give us a little bit of confirmation for the market rally. with the S&P at records here. This was the last sort of test, right, for the rally here.
I think you can exhale and they did it. They delivered.
Yep. All right. We'll, of course, keep you posted on the NVIDIA conference call, which is ongoing right now as shares hit $1,000 in the after-hour session. We've got a news alert here on Pfizer and Moderna. Seema Modi's got all the details. Seema.
Melissa, the U.S. is in active conversations with mRNA vaccine makers Pfizer and Moderna on a potential vaccine for humans. That's according to a Reuters report citing a call with the Department of Human and Health Services. It follows the CDC confirming a second human case of H5N1 bird flu tied to this dairy cow outbreak here in the U.S. A little bit of context from our pharma reporter, Angelica Peebles. It's not clear at what level these talks are happening and how far they've progressed, but it's not uncommon, of course, for the government and the vaccine makers to have these conversations. It's happened a lot over the past couple of years as we come out of COVID. We have reached out to both companies. We're looking at shares of Pfizer and Moderna higher in after hours, Melissa.
All right, Seema, thanks. Seema Modi. We've got two holders of Pfizer here on the desk, long-suffering shareholders, but are seeing a lift in today's session on the back of cost-cutting news from Pfizer, but also in the after hours on this vaccine news. Avian flu, obviously it won't be as pervasive, I would imagine, as COVID was during the pandemic, but this could help a little bit.
Yeah, although as a Pfizer shareholder, I don't want to hear anything about Paxlovid or anything related to COVID vaccines because it's been an albatross. What was successful and what gave the company substantial windfall, which I think they aggressively reinvested in new pipeline. We just haven't determined what's going to pay out of that pipeline yet. The cost cutting is interesting. Look, at some point you had to see some catalyst for the stock, which was taking a long time to bottom. But this is incrementally good news. This after-hours news doesn't mean a whole lot to me.
The new cost-cutting announced today on top of cost-cutting that was announced at the end of last year. So it's an increase in that.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they continue to find costs. I just wonder why didn't they find it last time?
Like it's all of a sudden,
yes,
costs.
But the stock has really been so bad that I think, Tim always says, would you make the most money when a stock goes from terrible to just bad? Is that right?
So is it just bad now, or is it like
it's still pretty terrible?
It's terrible.
It's still pretty.
It really has been, terrible. But
are you a holder?
I don't think we want to, hope for like a bird flu or something like that would like benefit them. So yeah, I mean, hopefully it's something else. Like they have a lot of cancer drugs in their pipelines, which would be really beneficial for people. And I think there is a lot of that like longer term potential that could increase sales for them. So yeah, I'm hoping it's not bird flu. I hope that's not.
I mean, it'd be terrible if we sat here and said, cattle through the stock is plague. And that would be a great thing for, no, we're not doing that right now. All right, coming up, more on NVIDIA's results. First, Smart Capital founder and partner Rick Heitzman joins us to dive into the ripple effects and the major implications they could have for the market. But first, a fast money retail roundup. TJX at a new high. Target misses the mark, and monster reversal from Williams-Sonoma. We'll break it all down next.
This is Fast Money with Melissa Lee, right here on CNBC.
Welcome back to Fast Money. Target and TJX both out with earnings this morning and moving in very different directions. TJX with the top and bottom line beat and raising EPS guidance for the year. Shares up as much as 7.5% at their highs, closing up more than 3%. Target, meantime, missing on EPS, but seeing a pullback on spending and groceries and home goods. Those shares seeing their worst day since November 2022. We sort of put it out there when they announced all those price cuts on the 5,000 products that maybe they were doing that ahead of earnings because things were not looking so good. Courtney, what do you think?
Yeah, and I think this is tough because they really came out and they said that on their discretionary items, so things like home decor or clothing, like that's really where they saw a lot of their declines. And I think the question there is, you get the argument that, okay, the consumer's strapped, they're not spending money there. But then on the other side, you have like a TJ Maxx and people are spending their money. And I think the question is, they're clearly strapped with inflation and they're having to decide where they're spending their money. And so these retailers are having to really position themselves of where they have the value because people are spending money. So I don't think you can blame it on the consumer, and I think some of that might have been baked in there. The consumer spending is just not at target right now, and I think that's something they really need to turn around.
Yeah, I think it's just a shift in what the consumer's doing, exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you even look at some of the, like Prologis Trust and some of those warehouse companies that kind of cater to online retailers, and they're saying they had a tough quarter, right? And it's this mix shift that the retailers are having a tough time getting their hands around. So if you're somebody like a Target, who people might come in there for their staples, for their groceries, that type of thing, that's what's getting really hurt right now. But then people buying the one-off special wicker basket or something like that, which I know Tim's really a big fan of.
I can't get enough.
The TJ Maxx.
I'm glad it's good to have you back just to highlight what you've known for years.
And the scented candles that go into the wicker baskets are really top sellers. I thought the chief growth officer on the Target call, and Brian Cornell, they were both saying how there's no change in their outlook for the consumer since their last Investor Day outlook, and yet they highlighted how the consumer is in fact strapped, and they cited this
just worth noting for Nvidia shares, so they are up 5.9% after hours and above the $1,000
saying that there are cracks
level.
in the consumer, but they want to sort of stick by the narrative that overall the consumer looks okay.
Well, Walmart told a very different story, right?
So Nvidia shares currently at $1,005
on the heels of
per share after hours.
And so it doesn't hold up as well. Although, I've had it in for Target since I sold it too early, but now it's sort of round-tripped that so I could feel a little bit better. But I think it's not crazy expensive, but this isn't good enough to continue what they had hoped to be big momentum.
I think this is a message more broadly for discretionary. And I think, we talked about Lulu yesterday. It's had another tough day. Maybe we'll talk about that some more. But I think the message out of Target was not that the grocery trends are difficult, that they're getting their butts kicked by Walmart, who can dictate price and will dictate price for the world from here on out. But I think it's discretionary trends. And the wicker baskets, it's a disappointment for me, Brian, but I will go buy more. But I do think that the consumer is running out of gas also just on a lot of items in terms of demand. It might even be less about where I think they are in terms of their wallet and their credit card spend. I just think discretionary, and I think this is a bad omen for pure discretionary plays that are going lower.
All right, we got some more details off the Nvidia earnings call. Let's get back to Christina Partsinevelos for more. Christina.
What we're seeing is data center revenue, I should say, is we did hit a record. And the main point in this earnings beat was the CFO started the first 23 minutes describing the key drivers. She said first that inferencing drove 40% of data center revenues just over the last 4 quarters or so. She also talked about cloud service providers, which we know contributed 40% of data center revenue. Sorry, I'm listening to the call at the exact same time. The CFO said that they expect auto to be the largest enterprise vertical within data center this year. So that's pretty good. They did a shout out to Tesla, saying that Tesla secured 35,000 GPUs. And then they also talked about sovereign AI. That's when a country uses its own AI infrastructure and workforce. And they expect that segment itself to hit single digits billions this year. They talked about China. They said they ramped up their products designed specifically for China that don't require licenses. But they note that China revenue is, quote, down significantly from October. That's when they first imposed the export restrictions here in the United States. And then I'll just end on this lastly. The next generation Hopper, this is the H200 that is currently shipping in this quarter. They said that shipments are on track. However, they are supply constrained. They did ship the first set of H200s to Sam Altman at OpenAI, so shout out right there. And they also warned that they expect a similar supply constraint with the Blackwell that's out later on this year. So a lot focused on data center revenue, and now Jensen Huang has just taken up on the call to just give a speech before he does Q&A.
Keep us posted. Christina, thanks. A record here in the after hours, 1,011 a share for shares of Nvidia right now at more than 6%. We'll keep you posted again. Coming up, Nvidia's conference call, as we mentioned, underway. So we'll bring you some more headlines and digest them with First Smart Capital founder Rick Heitzman. That is next. Plus, Ethereum soaring this week, excuse me, ahead of a crucial SEC deadline. BK will break down the crypto landscape and the recent run-up. Coming up, that's when he's back in.
BC.
Welcome back to Fast Money. Some other after-hours action. Elf Beauty plunging despite a huge beat on the top and the bottom line thanks to light full-year guidance. VF Corp also dropping sharply after reporting a 13% drop in revenues from last year's Q4. And DuPont shares jumping on its plans to split into 3 publicly traded companies, creating independent electronics and water businesses. During the regular session, stocks slid into the red mid-afternoon after Fed minutes showed inflation worries are far from over at the U.S. Central Bank. Lululemon, meantime, this is a stock we spent some time on last night, falling 7% on news the company's chief product officer will depart the company at the end of the month. And notable, copper pulling back after a hot run in May, the metal slipping deeper into the red after the minutes were released. Dealer's choice, BK. What do you want to trade?
Well, for me, it's copper, right? So I'm long Freeport Mac, FCX, and, you know, obviously not a great day there. But I think it comes down to your time frame on this, right? If you're into copper, you're in it because of the greening of America and the greening of everything, frankly, that you're going to need a lot more copper for, and we haven't built copper mines in years. So it's going to be supply constrained. Day like today's tough. I'm long it. I'm going to stay long it. I don't think there's any change in the story just because the Fed decided that for this minute the wind was blowing one way and they might raise rates again. I don't think that's a reason to change your view on copper or Freeport Mac.
Lululemon, does it look potentially attractive with the decline of 8%?
I don't know. I'd rather buy it higher on a quarter that sounds better than what's feared right now.
Yeah, and you, Tim?
Yeah, some more comments from Nvidia. So Nvidia says Blackwell chips will ship in the second quarter, and production will ramp up in Q3. And Nvidia executive says company will see a lot of Blackwell revenue this year.
I'm going to get interested. It's just not interesting yet.
Coming up, we will get more reaction to Nvidia's earnings, look at the implications of its move on the broader markets with First Mark Capital's Rick Heitzman. That is next as Nvidia shares hit 10.20 in the after hours, now at 10.18. Plus a couple of fast movers, Goldman Sachs and Starbucks making waves today. The numbers behind the moves and whether to add to these names in your portfolio right after this.
And also from Nvidia, so expects China market to remain very competitive going forward. Says data center revenue in China is lower.
Will.com.
Welcome back to Fast Money. Shares of Nvidia at after hours highs on the back of a record-breaking earnings beat, a 10-for-1 stock split, and a 262% jump in sales. The stock now well over $1,000 a share, hitting $2.5 trillion in market capitalization. Let's bring in venture capitalist known for his early investments in Airbnb, Pinterest, and DraftKings. Rick Heitzman is managing partner at First Mark Capital. He thinks everyone needs an AI strategy. It just certainly seems so, Rick.
It seems like it, and now people are putting their money where their mouth is. So what you're seeing is the enterprise build out of those AI strategies beginning with NVIDIA.
Mm-hmm. So talk to us about sort of the concentric circles around NVIDIA.
And more from Nvidia executive says company sees increasing demand for Hopper chip through current quarter. And just one noting for crypto, so Bloomberg senior ETF analyst Balkunas says, the best guess is that we hear from the SEC around 4 p.m. tomorrow for spot BTC. They dropped in at 3:45 p.m., so some others in the past were slightly after 4 p.m. And also for crypto watchers, so House passes a GOP-backed bill for cryptocurrency regulations. So just confirmation there that US House passes FITS 21 crypto bill, which is a cryptocurrency regulation bill that creates a path for cryptocurrencies to be exempt from many securities regulations if they achieve a sufficient level of decentralization. And having gone past the turn of the hour, let's reopen the futures trading. Take a look at even the S&P, so up around 0.25% at 5,341. Mini Dow futures are down 0.1%. That's at 39,723. As for Nasdaq 100, that's the E-mini Nasdaq 100, that's up 0.4%. At 18,867. TNet futures up by a tick and a half, 109.02.5. As for WTI crude, lower by 0.4% or 28 cents per barrel lower at $76.88 per barrel. And finally for spot gold, relatively unchanged there, just up around half a buck at $2,378 per ounce.